Yo, yo, yo. How's it going, Daniel? How's it going, Mason?
Hey guys, how's it going? Good.
Good, good. I think it's gonna be a smaller group today. I think it'll be relatively quick.
Oh, yeah.
Um, Daniel, I think were you first? Yeah, you were first.
Yeah, I think so.
Yep.
Was it-
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
Cool, cool. Well, I think we can go and get started. I think it's pretty much just like us and maybe like two more people. Um,
Okay.
so what's going on?
Um, Not much since we last talked, to be honest. It's been kind of on a standstill on my side. Uh, just been busy, family, and then we for the holiday we went up to the mountains for a couple days, and that threw me off as far as time wise. But I'm good to go now and picking up where we left off.
Cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
I
So
think
as far as questions or anything, I don't really have anything.
okay. Anything you wanted to talk about? Anything at all, or
Oh, I left a message in our little group chat there. I'm having trouble. I don't know if it's something to do with my computer or if it's on your end, but I can't log into this the portal.
I'm
I
logged
go
in. I haven't had any trouble redacting.
really? Hmm.
Yeah, I'm in right now. Is it like a specific video or is it like quite literally like the login screen?
No, just like the login screen. So I have like the website, um, like on a favorites or whatever. So I just usually just click it, and right now it's on the slash membership dash area one is the website, and it's not loading.
have you tried like clearing your cache cookies using different browsers, stuff like that?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
So, yeah.
Have you tried maybe using a different laptop, different computer?
I haven't tried that, but I could.
You give that a shot. That's probably not going to solve the problem of your main computer, but I think that'll just like give you validation or proof that something needs
Yeah.
to be tweaked up there. Even trying maybe on your mobile device, like your phone. It should at least pull up.
Okay. I got something new. It said your device clock is set to a wrong time, or this challenge page was accidentally cached by an intermediary and is no longer available. That's in red. I don't know
Yeah.
what that means.
Um, do you have Mac or are you a Windows user?
I'm in Windows.
Okay, hit Control. I'm trying to think. Hit Control. Hit maybe hit F12. Hit F12 on Windows actually.
Okay.
Did it do anything or no? Like, did it refresh the page? It looked like it did anything or no?
No, just brought up this menu about my device.
Mm.
Hmm.
Are you on the that membership screen?
Yeah, it's just loading. Like you know how like the cache whatever it says verifying you're a human. It's just stuck on that.
Hmm. Um,
Can I just share your screen real quick?
can you share a screen really quick?
I don't know that we have a
Yeah.
screen, but yeah, at least like see what you're looking at.
Yeah, I've never heard of this, but I can look into it.
Okay.
Maybe you can clear the cache of this one page, I wonder. Let's see. Do you guys have that Zoom update as well? It's like Zoom Workspace now.
Yeah, hate
Oh,
it.
okay.
Do you guys like it? I don't like it. I'm like,
Well, the thing is, as soon as there's like any change whatsoever, it's always like, this is garbage. Like, you know what I mean? It's just because we're not used to it yet, probably. But
yeah.
okay, so this is your screen or Dart, yeah?
Yeah.
Everybody's not cooking 1 second.
Yeah, there's something going on your end, bro. It's not,
Okay.
yeah, for sure. I think I've seen something like this before, but like, yeah.
Try. Let's review security protection before proceeding. Uh, performance and security by Cloudflare.
You
Is
have,
that,
go ahead, Mason.
I was just gonna say, is that new? Like, or have you always used Cloudflare?
I've never noticed.
Okay.
I don't use, no. I've
Dan,
never noticed about this back here now.
Dan, do you have
Well,
like
you
tech?
know what? I wonder if I have a VPN. I wonder if that's it.
Is that something you just maybe started? The
No,
VPN?
I've had it.
Yeah, maybe it needs like restarted or something.
Yeah, anyway, sorry, I don't want to waste time, just focus on like tech issues for everyone else, but
It's all good. Do you have somebody you can reach out to about this stuff? Just out of curiosity, like, do you have like a tech guy? Do you have like maybe customer service that you can reach out to about this?
no, I would just Google it.
Okay. Cool, man. Well, I'm gonna move on to the next person and help them out. If you want to like spend like just hang out, like I mean, like mess around with different devices while we're doing this, then just kind of give us an
Yeah,
up. Cool.
we'll do it. Thank you.
Yep.
I'll look into it, Daniel, too. Like, well, I'll see what I can do here.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Aman, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Hey, how are you?
Chilling, chilling. How are you?
Good, good. I don't have too much on my end. Basically, I'm going to be taking over probably this week for the calls. Basically just last week I just got really busy with like the fourth and everything. So yeah, just kind of picking up where I left off from there. But um, I guess there was like maybe a few things where I was just like, um. I guess I'm working on. So like one is one client, they're from New Jersey, they're Elite 360. I booked them like I think even before we had done our partnership thing. But basically like they had all these things that kept getting in the way. And even when I did launch, they like still had a lot of things where they couldn't even like start going. So they finally got on like a meet like I think Wednesday, and they're just kind of saying like basically yeah, we're ready to go. One thing that the initial time that I launched with them, basically they had their son like on the go high level like contacting these people, and this is for like the $97 Botox one, which they were good to run with. But like I noticed that he wasn't like say like calling the leads, or he wasn't like really pushing like through the text and stuff. And one thing that I'm trying to maybe like kind of test out this idea, because I noticed that a lot of clients, they don't like follow the scripts when they call. They just kind of like, try to just book them in right away, or they don't, those sort of things. So I had it where I took the original script that I have, like the template, and I highlighted in orange and basically said like, hey, make sure to update the script with your information and your promo information so that I can go ahead and launch. And I kind of want to see if like, by actually having to go through and update it themselves, it's almost like, I did kind of drill this time, like, hey, make sure to print this out to have it ready and stuff and like role play with each other. But I kind of want to see if that's like a possible move I can do with future clients where they have to update it, or they have to update it with their current information so that they understand what offers we're running, and they understand that there's like a whole script part of it and not just
So,
skipping that aspect.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. So basically, this dude, he was running ads previously from himself or somebody else, another agency was running ads for them.
Oh yeah, so I had started running ads for them, but there was like almost like no activity, or there was minimal activity in the go high level. And then like they kind of like I kind of like looked back into it, and then they kind of had stopped like doing it. And when we finally got on the meet, they were saying like all these different things that came up in their personal or their personal life and stuff. So I'm almost kind of like just restarting it. The ad itself is running really well. And what's cool is I actually use like a stock footage I downloaded, and I turned that into an ad, and like again, it's performing really well. So
How long
yeah,
ago,
what was that?
how long ago was this?
This was so I got on the meet with them on
How,
Wednesday, last Wednesday.
how long ago were you running the ads and how long did you run the ads for is kind of what I'm getting at.
Oh, okay. I probably started running the ad like last month or something. And then I maybe ran it for a few weeks, and then when I checked up on it, I realized the activity wasn't there. Like maybe initially it was, and he was like messaging me like saying, "Hey, like this AI said the wrong location." I updated it. I was kind of like looking at it. But then after that, I like checked more recently, and then it wasn't like there was people who were really interested and they were like very engaged, but then there was no like calls, there was no like, replies to them or anything. So
So,
um
so you ran it about a month ago, ran it for a little while, and then are you saying that you shut it down, or is that the ad has kept running?
I had stopped it.
And now
And
you're
then say, yeah, I'm gonna restart it. Yeah.
So your question is the problem that we're trying to solve here is what exactly? The problem we're trying to solve is, hey man, like my thoughts are if I get them to do this exercise, they will follow the script better because the ad is working fine. It's getting the click, it's getting the leads. The problem is the nurture. They're not actually following the script. They're not doing XYZ. That's the problem I'm trying to solve. Is that, am I understanding correctly?
Correct. Correct. So at least with them kind of actively, updating the script themselves.
That's
Um yeah, I'm kind of hoping like I can make that more of a requirement so that we could get things launched. Um So yeah, that's just something I'm testing. I'm gonna kind of follow up with them. They said they received it, but then I just checked like today. They haven't updated it. So I'll let
what
them
makes you
know.
think that that's going to be the solution to like, because you, if I'm understanding correctly, it's kind of like you're, I want to make sure I'm understanding, like, do you feel like these are the kinds of people that because it takes two hands to clap. Like part of it's you and then part of it's them, right? Do you feel like these are the kinds of people that like they're just not following up, they're just not doing their thing? Do you feel like that's what's going on?
I
Versus
do feel like that's a big part of it. Mostly because this is like they're kind of like they have their own medical site. It's kind of like if you will, where they have their medical side and then they start launching like a what's it called, the aesthetic side of it. So they kind of just launched this new aesthetic side of it. And then I just don't think they fully understand like the amount of work, or at least they do, but they're not doing their part, right? Because I feel like I really like was drilling them on those
like,
things.
why do you think they're
Um,
not doing it?
I'm not sure. I think one is because they're almost giving their son the responsibility of like calling the leads, and he's just very just like quiet, and I almost feel like he almost just like doesn't really care that much to do it,
Mhm.
And I try to give him the benefit of the doubt because of like they had a lot of stuff going on, but like the original time, like if he did reply, it was very like short, or like he wouldn't call them. And even just like when I was like training him on everything, or I was like going through the scripts and like going line by line and stuff, he just didn't seem very like engaged, like just like realistically, he just kind of seemed like, yeah. And then the parents are the one that are running, and they're just like so not technologically like, know what to do and stuff. And so they have like the aesthetics, but it's like they just need a strong person to like engage with.
So the reason I'm asking all these questions, like in my experience, I've had situation, maybe you have too as well. Like you see parents that have like a child that's running a business, maybe it's a restaurant or whatever, and you see like it's like a son, and he's like maybe in his teens or 20s, 30s, and he's just like not highly motivated. We've all seen
Yeah.
it, like spoiled kids. I don't even know what the best word to say. It's just like they're not highly motivated. Their parents have set them up, right? Like I've got friends like that literally, so I'm sure you've seen it. And so the
Yeah.
reason I'm like bringing all this stuff up is like you have like this theory that you're trying to test of like, okay, I'm going to try to get this guy to fill this up. But what you have to do is you have to be cognizant of like who you're having a conversation with. And so if you try to apply this thing, it doesn't work. Is it because of you or is it because of them? Right. And then
Right.
also like how much time and energy do you devote to somebody that's a lost cause? And then on top of that, do you potentially have a conversation with the parents? Say, hey, look, being very realistic, I've done this very many times, and this is the behavior I'm seeing, and I don't think it's a you problem. I think it's a your son problem. I don't mean to get in the middle of it, but based off of what I've seen, this will not work. And so, do you have somebody else in place that I can actually coach and train? So these are kinds of this is the reason I'm asking these kinds of questions for you to be able to kind of like handle the situation.
Right. Yeah, I fully agree. So what like I must think I need kind of like that proof, right? So like I had the initial proof, and then maybe like I can like follow up again, see if he updates it. If he doesn't, then maybe schedule out something with the parents. It's kind of hard to schedule something with the parents because they kind of like already have him come on, where I can't like unless I just do it with him on there as well. I'm just gonna say like, hey, like just from my experience, this is like pretty normal what happens, or is that like a little bit too awkward?
So your idea is like, okay, instead of like hopping on a call with him, what if I hop on a call with the parents and him, which will kind of corner him and get him to do what I need him to do? Is that what you're trying to say?
Not necessarily that, but it's more of like I don't know if I can get the parents on without him on there unless I specifically say, "Hey, can I get with just you and Fred? Just want to talk about having a better." I guess if I frame it ahead of time, then they'll know. But I don't know because it's their son. Like they'll be like, "No, we think he should be on here." Like if it's that situation, like should I still kind of approach it the same way, or is it like, does it make it awkward?
I don't know. I think if you want to do it, you can. I mean, I'll be honest with you, like I don't think this is the solution anyways.
True.
Like
Right.
I don't even think this is like gonna ultimately like push the needle.
Right.
I think what's gonna push the needle is I know I sound annoying, but it's literally you doing the reps and you figure it out and you having that conviction, you having that training. Like I have the ability if somebody for example MJ messaged me this past weekend and he's like, "Hey, people keep asking about this issue of what was the issues? Like people keep asking
Free trials, the free trials.
free trials." And I had a very good, like, solid answer for him. I was like, okay, well, here's how you do it. If they're asking for free trials, that you need to go back in your sales calls, you need to have a look at them and then see what are you saying and doing that's creating a knee-jerk reaction for them to consistently say this over and over. If you had one person say, I'd be like, okay, but if you had like four people in a row, that means you must be eliciting something. And then I was able to tell him like, hey, that's step one. Step two, if you want another option, is to just kill the objection before it occurs. And so here's what you could say so that they didn't even say that. So, hey, Mr. Business Owner, here's what we're going to go over now. Look, I know you have this issue with these other agencies. We have something that's going to get your foot in through the door, da 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 da. So we're killing the objection before it occurs. So, anyways, what I'm saying is like, it's really, without tooting my own horn, it's really good advice. It's really
Right.
good advice. And so the advice is so good that he's going to succeed. But it's like right now, you can't give that kind of advice. Does that make sense? Right now, your advice is follow the script, bro, and you're just trying to get them to follow the script. But
Yeah.
like you have to have this level of conviction. You have to have this level of the ability to coach people at this level. And that only comes after you do the reps yourself.
Got it.
You have to do the reps, you have to figure out the nuances. Then and only then will you be able like to understand what needs to be done and how to get them to do it the right way. Right now, you're kind of flying in the dark saying, hey, maybe if I have the son do this, maybe if I have them update this, you don't know whether that's going to even work or not. I personally don't even think that's going to work.
Right.
Yeah. And I don't say that to be like short. I just, based off of my experience, it's like, I don't think that's going to do anything. Just seeing this overall dynamic.
Yeah. So that being said, it's kind of like kind of take the least amount of work to get things running for them. So like, hey, the AI is working, gonna get this launched. This is what you need to do, and then just kind of like because again, I'm gonna be taking on for the other client, not for these clients. Um, but that being said, it's kind of like, so in that case, do I just kind of like do what I can for this client, but not expect them to, I guess, have the best type of results and just kind of focus on the main thing?
Yeah. I would tell you, you tell me what you think. Do you think that my hypothesis is correct and that he's kind of one of those spoiled kids that like just doesn't give a shit? His parents have to figure shit out. Do you feel like that's the
Yeah.
case?
Yeah,
Yeah.
or at least he not like I don't know like spoiled, but yeah, he definitely is not like engaged or he's not like it's just like a good fit for them to have him. And then he's just kind of like,
I can talk from experience because I used to work at my dad's restaurant and I know who I was. I was a dad. So I was that guy. So
Yeah.
um anyways, so in my experience, just based off of what you're telling me, a much better option is to have a conversation with the dad and mom and just be straight up and tell them like what I'm telling you. Just be like, hey, here's what the issue is. Do you have somebody else that I can have that I can be my point of contact to do the nurturing? Also, like I'm gonna ask you, like, do you even know if that's even possible or not?
I think they may have someone because they kind of mentioned someone before. And so and they even mentioned like Kelvin's gonna be going off to like move or something like that in the future. So maybe I can just kind of like next time I get on a meet with them, I can kind of just think that and like, okay, just try to see if that conversation can come up. Again, he's probably gonna be on those calls. So I just need to frame it in a way where I want to like move them towards maybe having someone else and you know, um at least if I say because they like mentioned before actually when I was like hey or no because they were asking him to do something he wasn't like doing it and they're like yeah like if he's not gonna do it then I don't we're gonna find someone else like we don't care those sort of things and I was like just kind of like saying that like okay you
Right.
know um so like it seems like they would be very open to getting someone else. So if I like, I think if we run it, he's not doing it, and then we have a check-in meet, and I just bring up like, hey, this is not happening, then they'll probably come to that conclusion themselves, and maybe a little bit less awkward, like if he's on the call, than me being like, hey, he's not doing,
And
like
if
I
you
could
just
just
being on a call, just be mindful of how you say it in a way that's respectful,
yeah,
um,
yeah.
respectful to him and respectful to them. Step one, though, is just like, I mean, I'm giving you my hypothesis, my theory. I could be wrong. I feel like I think I'm right about the situation, but I could be wrong. So step one is just like verify. Make sure you ask the right questions and look at the situation holistically to see like what's actually going, why people are not being followed up with, et cetera, et cetera. And if you come to the same conclusion, well, then push towards that and, just do it in a kind way and let the chips fall where they may with these people.
I also there's another point that I want to bring up, and this kind of follows with this other part or this other thing that's going on with a different client from California, the eye candy rejuvenation one. This will I guess kind of lead into that, but I tend to notice that like the ones that are having somewhat success with like the system typically are always the ones that the um or the what's it called? The business owners are doing the process first. And then I haven't like really seen it where they pass it on to someone else, but like it's them being on the calls, like the owners themselves doing the calls rather than trying to pass it off. Like even for Dr. Jennifer, like she's a much more intuition about like how well things are doing just because she's the one calling the leads. And like she'll give the list to like her front desk about all the ones that didn't answer and stuff, but like she has a really good idea. So when I'm talking to her, I'm not like confused. And so like, I want to kind of make it part of the process where it's almost like maybe I can get the owners themselves to agree just because like they will know how to talk about their services the best before they give it off to a VA. Like the two people who I worked with who tried to give it to a VA pretty quickly, like kind of the results just went down versus if they have a very good like intuition about like the scripts and like actually being able to book people, then they can like pass it off. And then so that kind of goes into this next part about the eye candy rejuvenation. I think one of the hardest things about I think working with her is that she's like the bigger one that's like 5 mil a year or something. And
Give me a
yeah,
second, just really quick before you continue. When you said the other two people have moved on to VA, when you say a VA, are you saying like somebody that's like in the Philippines that they hired, or are you saying like it's an employee?
no, it was a VA that they hired.
Anyone? Okay, got it. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and so basically there's this eye candy rejuvenation. Basically, they have a bunch of like VAs. They even have like a marketer on board, like who she like kind of like when she talked to me, like kind of want me to like in a way replace him. But like, of course, if he sees me stepping, he's not gonna do what he needs to help me, right? Like I'm basically a threat to him. So like, there was like one time where I arranged like a call with him and just to like learn about how he sets up his go high level, like really just try and work within their system so that it's seamless for their staff. And then like, and my client was like on vacation during this time. She came back and then he only mentioned to her like, a Botox ad got rejected, right? But he didn't mention like all the other things that was going well. Um, all that being said, like, because their call center has so many inbound calls, right? That they can't follow my process of like, calling the leads themselves or, doing it more like my system way. But I feel like if she were to do it first, right, where she called the leads, she worked on my own Go High level, and then it'd be easier for her to look at her own systems and be like, okay, this is what we need to change up. So that's just one thing on my mind where I almost feel like it's been a little bit harder with her where she kind of has these expectations of like, almost me taking over her full-time employee marketer's position where he has to like figure out all these things and then present it. Whereas like for me, I get on calls with them, I figure out what they need, and then I say this is what I'm gonna do. And then but then again, I have to kind of like arrange with a bunch of different staff members, and it just becomes this whole thing where I feel like if she were to just do it herself, and then see, okay, this is how I'm gonna arrange it in my business to make this happen. If that makes sense.
Yeah. So you're running the ads. And then so it's like you're running the ads, and then her employee is basically following up the leads, and then you have to communicate with that person. Is that kind of what you're saying? And there
Yeah,
are other people in the place?
kind of. Like I will have her check-ins with her. But like, yeah, because like say the way her VAs are set up, right? They get so much inbound calls is that they can't like call all the leads. And when I like was just like talking to them about it, they almost like scoffed at me, right? And then like so they're seeing like, they're trying to book people through text, or they're trying to book people through certain ways, which is getting like a bit of a lower booking percentage. It's actually pretty good, but it's I think it's like 26% from what I last heard, which isn't like terrible, but I feel like if she called all the leads, she, basically booked them in herself, then she would kind of see how it wouldn't be like she would see like, okay, the way they're texting, like when they
So,
reply back to the lead.
so you're right. And but like this is something that's been on my mind. I'm glad you just brought this up. This is one of those things I was going to bring up like, probably tomorrow. But as I'm like looking at your agency, I'm looking at like Selena's, I'm looking at Aaron's, I'm looking at different people's. Um, so I drew this out for you. So the reality is this is like, so this is like what you're trying to do. This is you, and then this represents the business owner, which always is going to have better results than anyone else. Always. Always, always. So like what you're saying is 100% true. Why? It's their freaking business. They're more vested, da 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 da, and they're more skilled, right? And then what's going to have to happen is then they're going to have to basically teach their employees. And so what's going to have to happen is every single time you take on client, one, two, three, four, five, and let's just be real, like for where you want to get in your business, you're going to have like 20 clients bare minimum. But most likely you're probably going to close like 40 clients. And maybe hopefully we keep like bare minimum 15 around forever. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know exactly what it is going to be, but like, that's just the reality. So 20 bare minimum, 40 clients you're probably going to close, and then 40 you're going to have to train. So each of these represent 40, bro. So you're going to have to do this 40 freaking times, 40 different business owners. And then some of these business owners are going to survive, but a lot of them won't. Some are going to survive, but a lot of them won't. And when I say survive, it's like some of the business owners themselves are not going to get it. And some of them, the business owner is going to get it, but then they're not going to be able to train their staff. So you're kind of playing that telephone game. So you play that telephone game, say to that person, that person, that person. By the time it gets around, you're like, dude, this isn't what the fuck I said. And
Right.
so I feel like this is a good approach if you can somehow do a done with you program, and you get them to pay you like 5, 10 grand upfront. This is
Mm.
the only way this would work. Why? Because once they have paid you, you give them the training, and if they do it, they do it. And if not, fuck off. It
Yeah.
doesn't come back on you. Right. And I can tell you, so I have the luxury of this. I have experiences. I have experienced this, and I have experience what I'm about to go over with you. Right. And so if you do your part and you have good communication, you have good whatever, no, it's not going to come back on you. But a lot of people, it's just not going to work for. But the only way to make it work, the only way, the caveat is you have to charge that 5, 10 grand upfront. And you're not doing that right now.
Right.
And so the only way to do the 5 to 10 grand, how is it? I mean, you got to get like way better at your sales, or you're gonna have to build a different kind of funnel, something that's more authoritative, like building a low ticket funnel where you get them to buy a course and teach them some stuff, and then they look at you as like a coach consultant, or doing Jordan stuff, that Jordan guy, right? And like that's the only way to charge 5, 10 grand instead of charging like the 2,500, 1,500, whatever that you're charging right now. Does that make
Right.
sense?
It does.
So So basically, if you do done with you, you have to build a completely different funnel to position yourself different. You have to charge high ticket, and you're still going to have to, train all these people. But what you're going to be able to do is you're going to be able to like give them a course, and then have them have like the weekly coaching calls. But
Right.
even to get here, you're going to have to do something else. And what is the thing that you're going to have to do? The shit that I've been saying forever, which is like taking the calls yourself and figuring out yourself, and then creating the course material yourself, and not relying on, Grayson, on all these other people. Like, you have to figure it out.
Sure.
You have to figure it out in your own way, so that the training is good enough for them to hear. Because otherwise, just based off, like, it's just not going to be good enough. You have to do it yourself.
Right.
So the other way is just to do this way, which is like you just train 3 people. And these are your VAs from the Philippines. So you just get really fucking good. You document the shit out of everything. You create course material. You do all this stuff, and you become excellent. And we find 3 really good people instead of training 40 people, who then have to train another 3 people. So really, your message is being diluted 120 times. So your lesson is being taught 120 times here. It's being taught 3 times here. I think this is way easier to do.
Got it. And it's like 3 people who are doing the setting, basically. That's what
So you got one client, or you got one person that's handling 10 accounts.
right.
You got three different VAs that handle 30 different clients. I think that
Right.
as we're progressing, bro, like I'm seeing this just being more and more of a viable option for you as opposed to this.
Yeah. I agree.
Because over and over, I keep hearing things like, "Hey, I don't know how much money they're making. I don't know what leads are coming in. The sheets have not been updated." Da 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 da. That's like with 3 people, bro. Imagine fucking 40, bro.
Yeah.
Whereas if we figured this shit out, figure out what we need to do for our machine, get 3 people on board, get access to all their systems, and have our VAs have to fill out the sheets, be on top of it, and understand how many people showed up and all that stuff. And maybe we pay them a premium to get access to all that stuff. You're gonna have so much more peace of mind.
Yeah. Okay.
So everything you're saying in terms of like training up like the business owner, you're right. But like
Right
it's
now.
in the short term, but it's gonna be hard in the long term.
Yeah. Okay. Um, so yeah, I mean that gives like even more purpose or more like emphasis on, when I do take over those calls and, the semaglutide. And one thing I know that Graydon used to do when he was more done for you or when he like first started the agency, because I like watched on the past video where he was like they used to fly out for this is like for the consultations, how he would fly out to the Met Spas to hold those consultations. And I think maybe down the line, like when we kind of really get the booking part done, I'll have to figure out a way to get those back end stuff really dialed in. So then that way I can understand like memberships, and like just really understand like more of like the actual like when you're in the agency, like pricing models and those sort of things. But right now, of course, that's not where I'm just, thinking like, just having some ideas for that. As far as like Karen from Babulash, um, because I'll be taking over those calls, like she took over it this week, so that way she can kind of give me that like what she's been saying, what specific problems that she'll have. So hopefully tomorrow I can get all that. I had like a very brief like Slack like chat with her, not like through chat, but it was like one of those like phone chats. And one, she was like she already booked someone, which is cool, from the ads. But then two, she has like a specific questions that she has for the semaglutide. So I'll definitely dive into that. That way I know exactly what the conversations are. And she said she would, I think there was one recording that she did get from me. I think it was like 30 minutes. So if I can just understand it and then be able to get it down to like 8 minutes, I think that'll be our sweet spot.
Nice. Nice. Yeah, and keep me updated, man. Like if you want to like write notes and be like, "Hey, Kushik, here's kind of what I'm seeing. What are your thoughts on the script? How can we tweak it?" Like, please let me know.
Yeah, and as far as like the eye candy rejuvenation, tomorrow is where I'm gonna try to close. Like basically, the original thing was like the 3 months for 2000. If you remember, we did the first month. I'm gonna push for that the next 2 months. Should I just basically just do I need to now to make sure that she's good? Get that closed. Collect that money and then just still just not sweat it too much. Mainly just overall just put all my attention into the newest client.
So the deal that you closed with her was two grand for 3 months?
Yeah, it was I originally yeah, and then I pushed for 750 just because it felt like she had a bunch of expectations and stuff. So but it seemed like overall it was fine. Basically just I think as long as me and her get on a meet like once a week, then it won't be like, hey, like, I want to see all these things. Like she'll know exactly what's been done. And I've already like the first thing I want to do for her is just she's gonna give me access to her booking software. and then I'll see like based on the what her other marketer campaign, like I'm gonna get the percentage of bookings from all that just to get a gauge of where we're at, and then basically say, hey, this is the next campaign I think we should run, or because like we saw like an increase in bookings, I believe, from the AI. So now, yeah, I just wanna that's probably what I'll do, focus on with her. But yeah, it'll be 2,000 for 3 months because she like only wanted to move forward. And then I pushed for 1 month for 750 just because I wanted to kind of see what the relationship would be like. And then yeah.
That was my question, which is like, okay, so you did 2 grand for 3 months, and so far you basically collected 750 to just kind of show her a month, and then now it's like, hey, look, now that we've done a month, would you like to basically complete the payment for the 3 months and lock it in? Is that kind of what you're asking?
Yeah. And that'll just be for the first 3 months, and anything after that's gonna be the 3,000.
Okay. Um, what do you think is gonna like? What do you think she's gonna say? You think she's gonna be like, okay, cool? I
I
guess
think
like,
for the most.
where is your like, like, it doesn't sound like you're concerned, but it sounds like you're just kind of confirming. Like, I guess like, what is like brewing in your mind in terms of like if, ands, or buts, or downside risk or anything like that?
I think one is like I kind of had this feeling of like she wants to like she's almost like expecting like because she's only worked with like a full-time marketer guy, and like I feel like she's gonna have some of those expectations, right? Where he sends out like blasts multiple times a month. He sets up multiple campaigns quickly, and like he registers the ads manager so that they can run semaglutide without the allegations, like or not but without the restrictions and stuff. So like I guess, if she is expecting a lot of those things, it's kind of like, take up a lot of my time, right? But I think from what I've shown, it's like, hey, like this is what I can do, like this is what I do. And then if we log in next 2 months, then what I plan on doing is just saying like, hey, this is like I want to look into how many numbers we should get on a week, check in every week. You'll know exactly what campaigns I'm launching, and then we'll have a better, we'll
Then
focus on the back and stuff.
are you saying that you feel like that guy is giving her a tremendous amount of value, and you're like, hey, look, I don't think I can give that amount of value for the 2 grand. It's just not worth it for me to do that. If I was paid more, then perhaps I could match his value. But like right now, it's like, hey, that guy's doing a lot for her. I don't know how much she's paying him, but uh if she expects me to do that amount, like I'm gonna look kind of bad. Is that kind of what you're getting at?
Kind of, yeah. And it's not even like pay me more for it. It's just more of like if that guy's working like 30 hours, with her, or 40 hours, it's just not realistic for me to do all those little nuance things, right? Like I want to, my goal is to like when I get on the call with her, paint out the big picture of what I'll be doing. And this way she has the right expectations.
What do you
And
think?
then,
What do you think, like, just objectively, like, not like trying to, like, again, it's just me and you, like, objectively, what do you think, like, your value add is, or what do you think you're doing? To me, it almost sounds like she's got a guy, he's doing everything, and you're just kind of bolted on, like, doing an additional campaign. So he's doing all these different campaigns, doing all these things. You're like, you're just throwing, so like, he's got like the semi-glutide machine figure, he's got the Botox, and like, you've got the maybe body contouring, you're just like doing the body contouring thing. That's kind of the vibe that I'm getting. Do you feel like that's true, or do you feel like there's something else that there's a different way to explain your relationship with her?
so yeah, like he is kind of doing like anytime she says like, hey, I need this done, right? He's kind of doing it, but like she has a lot of problems in the sense that one, he is just kind of like doing what he's told, and like, and like it takes him forever to get things done. Two, his campaigns don't really run that well. Like he just does like like my ads, I did one for the laser facial and it was like doing much better, and I had the AI. So like, and I kind of like see things in the bigger picture, right? So like, I don't think he's looked into how many of those got booked, how many, or how much she's making on the back end, right? So she's kind of aware of like is that he's setting up running campaigns, but like I don't even think they really understand how well everything is doing together. Until I've been kind of like, okay, how many bookings this month, and then those sort of things. So like I think even if I do end up doing less, I could bring more value. Because that's the reason she hired me in the first place, just because she wanted to like replace him. It's just more of
He does or
like
doesn't replace him?
like, she wants to replace him basically.
Do you feel like, so I'm guessing you felt that way. Like, do you feel, what makes you, do you feel like she still feels that way? And if so, why? And do you think that she's maybe looking at you as like an alternate, like an alternate?
Yeah, so I feel like that's how she sees me. I think she gets that, I have my other clients and I was like, hey, this is what I'm gonna work on during our package. Um,
Does he,
but
you know, if he works with anyone else?
I don't think he works with anyone else. I can ask, but from what I was getting is that that's her marketer that he works in-house.
Oh, in-house. Okay, cool. Other question. So, okay, this is great. This is fantastic. Okay. Um, the people that actually do like following up with the leads and stuff like that I'm guessing that's not his people. I'm guessing that's her people. So it's like three
That's her.
parts, like that's like her, there's like her business that's she's runs a business. She's got this marketer. She's got some people that like are VAs that follow up with leads. She's got some in-house staff. Is that kind of how the organization is ran?
Correct. Correct.
Okay. So if I'm you, here's what I would do. If what you're saying is true, then I would go in and first like just have an overall recap. It's almost like another discovery call. Say, hey, look, here's how this month has been. Just so you know, to set the proper expectation, the purpose of this call is just to kind of see what's going to happen over the course of the next 2 months. Now, the reason I wanted to just like have this conversation with you instead of just like sending you a quick Loom video is because of our initial conversation where you said to me that you were considering replacing your in-house guy. And so I just wanted to kind of understand what the experience has been with him and everything so far versus like what your experience has been with me. What are the things that you really like, don't like, all that stuff. And
Mm.
so then what's going to happen? She's going to give you all this ammunition. Then from there, you can basically just like give her the option. You say, hey, look, here's the deal. We can sign up for another 3 months or sign up for another 2 months and we can do whatever. And you can basically expect from me what you've done. Or if you wanted me to do what he's doing, but do a 10 times more better job, well, then I can simply do that as well. And I can just be your full-time guy. Of course, I have other clients, but I can basically guarantee you that I'll be doing what he's doing, but much more thorough. So what I'm saying is that instead of like asking for like, 2 grand for 3 months, I don't know what this guy get paid. Maybe he gets like paid 3 or 4 grand a month. So now instead of charging, you know, 2 grand for 3 months, now you're charging like 5 grand a month or something like that. And so if
Mm.
she sees the value, she could be that big fish and get rid of that guy, or maybe get rid of that guy in a month's time. And now it becomes worth it for us to work with her and
Right.
more value. So kind of giving her the option to do that. Because I mean, it sounds like a good opportunity. She's got a lot of money, she's spending money, she's not stressed about stuff, and we have the ability to get good results if we get paid more money.
Right.
So that's
Right.
how I would play it if
Because
I
if
were.
I because when she's like putting me into software, like she's keeping it like she wants me to send like a confidential thing, like making sure, that doesn't get out and stuff. And like if I can almost convince her like, hey, if we do this like full time and I have like a go high
And
level.
and I would sell this to her. Sell this to her where you say, hey, look, I know that right now you have the Philippines people and you have this, and the way your organization is structured, I've noticed it and I've seen and here, and this is something you might want to make a mental note of, write down. You want to show that that's a kink in her armor and
Mm.
say how this is required for her to have a lot of success. So say, hey, look, I will take care of everything moving forward. I will manage the VAs. I will manage everything for you. I will take care of everything for you. So you're not running around. You can simply focus on being you and doing an amazing job. Focus on your staff. I'll take care of the entire marketing side and the entire VA side and everything.
And is that like with her VAs or just like VAs I would hire and then like
Is that you would hire. So
right.
yeah, either you would say VAs that you hire, or you can basically position saying, hey, look, I'll work with the VAs that you currently have. And so that like, I mean, who works with the VAs right now? The marketer works with the VAs or she works with the VAs?
She mostly works with the VAs.
So you can basically go in there and say, hey, look, I will handle all the VAs. I'll handle everything. I'll train them, make sure they're good to go. So I'll take that completely off your plate.
Right.
Or
Because yeah, she handles the VAs, but their process wouldn't align fully with like, unless I had like a VA that specifically was working on, um,
So then you can say, so that was an idea. So either you say you go with that angle, and I figured that there were some additional things, that's why she was involved, or you can go and say, hey, look, I've got my own VAs I'll bring on board so that I will handle everything. So right now, the issue with the VAs is they're listening to you, and then they have to handle the ad stuff, and it's just like they're not being very efficient. So you handle the VAs, do what you need to do in-house. I'll get my own guys and I'll scale this thing up.
right,
You don't
right.
you can sell it as like a thing that you're going to move towards. You don't have to necessarily say in case you feel like stressed out, like, oh my God, I don't have to deliver this thing. You
Right,
sell it
right.
as a big vision kind of deal.
Yeah, it's almost like it's, her biggest thing was like, we like I'm looking at my revenue, we've gone down, in revenue and like, I don't want to I want my marker kind of more tell me what to do and stuff. And so like basically frame it as like, if you want me to kind of be in those trenches and like be almost like that full time, of course I'm gonna have my clients and I'm going to be working with them, but like to go in deeper to have systems where we end up hiring VAs to specifically work with our system, then and then yeah, scale it up, then we can do this for like this much a month, or like in this way you can replace your marketing guy and you can almost be a little bit more hands off and we'll like dive in more with this thing and um that sort of stuff.
If you can, if it feels right, if you feel like you can finesse it, try to figure out her marketing budget before you go into like positioning the price. Because you don't know if she's paying that guy 2 grand a month, 3 grand a month, 4 grand, you don't know. So if you can figure that out, then you can kind of be on the balls of your feet when you make her the offer.
Right.
That's
So if you're just like, okay, like this guy's in-house, right? And she's like, yeah, like, he's working this many. It's like, okay, how much are you spending with him? Sort of thing. Just try to gauge all that.
that's a little bit direct, but what I can say is like, before I hopped in, like what was your overall marketing budget? So
Mm.
she'll give you a number. So like, okay, so if, for example, she says my marketing budget is 25 grand. Got it. So this 25 grand, how much of this is ad spend? Got it. How much of this is this? How much and so the last number that's gonna be fucking left over is what? It's gonna be his fee. Got it.
Right.
Okay, so 3 grand, and I assume this is going towards your marketer, yeah? So she's gonna have no choice but to say yeah. And so now you're not being as like direct. Does that make sense? That's how I like to do it. Another tip I'll just kind of give you, this for everybody, is I always ask people, hey, so how much are you in debt? And so they always say like, oh, I have so I'm in 25K of debt. Got it. How much is credit cards? How much is car? How much is this? Got it. And what I always do is when they tell me like, oh, 5K is on the credit card, it's like, okay, of what is your total utilization? So that 5K is how much of the utilization? Oh, it's like, oh, my credit card, I have total of 20K, so I've used 5K. It's like, oh, got it. So that's healthy. That's a good amount. What I'm really doing is I'm trying to figure out, okay, 15K is how much you're gonna invest. So if I need to charge 15K, I can. Does that make sense? So that's
Right.
so literally, so it's a little secret sauce there, but it's the same technique. You don't go very direct. You kind of go broad and do the numbers to figure it out. Anyways,
Okay, that's cool. Um, so yeah, because I do see like a bunch of like potential with how many, not just how much she's spending on ads, but like how many services she has. Like she has basically everything. She has multiple locations. She, has the spend for ads. She does marketing blasts, like um, basically kind of try to work towards like, hey, if you're looking for someone to fully replace this and kind of be on the in-depth, like, I guess trying to just figure out the right framing, and maybe that's something we can like talk about a little bit deeper and like just making sure I get that right. Because I was supposed to have a call with her. It was supposed to be today. Luckily it didn't work out today, but maybe I can see if I can push it to Wednesday or Thursday, and this way I can like almost like try to role play that, like, or like kind of write everything out and like, you
can you
know,
can you try to push it to Thursday? I was actually going to ask you about this. Um, I was wondering if we could do our call on Wednesday as opposed to Tuesday. So I have a is that would that work for you?
yeah, yeah, that's fine with me. I just don't know how quick or how much I can push the tomorrow's call, but I'll try to do everything I can to say like, hey, Thursday is going to be the best day. The next 2 days are just looking like it's gonna get booked up for me.
Okay. Yeah, just keep me posted. I've got a guy who's been like nagging me to get into the program. And so yeah, he's kind of like at this point, it's just like so
Yeah, that's fine.
okay.
Wednesday works, but I do think there's a lot of potential here too.
Hope so too.
Again, just because she has so many like services and stuff, and it's like, I'm sure if I just took it over, then I can, I just want to make it where I can like call the leads and then like get them booked, and then, you know, the only thing is she can be bad about like showing up to meetings or like rescheduling those sort of things, and like I just want to make sure like, if push comes to like I want to get that consultation side down, but maybe that's something in the future we'll worry about. Like first, just kind of get our foot in the door and take over calls and those sort of things.
Yeah. I would say just, let's just kind of get our foot in through the door to um incentivize her to pay you more so that we can do more. And
Yeah.
she's going to be a great person to learn from. And if we can like pace it and say, hey, look, we're going to do one thing at a time, and we can figure out different kinds of machines with her, man, like that would be fantastic.
Yeah. Um,
Yeah.
and then should I like at least frame like, hey,
So don't don't say it in a way where it's like, hey, you got to fire that dude to bring me on. You can also just kind of say in a way which is like, hey, look, if you want to gradually let go of him and then bring me on, like that's cool too. Like you don't tell her that, you let her know. So she, because that could be stressful for her because now she's like she has to make this huge shift of like, fuck, I gotta fire this guy, I gotta bring this guy. There's uncertainty, all this stuff. Right. So what she can do, you're trying to present and say, hey, look, she can increase how much she's paying you to incentivize you to do more. This way, once she sees you do more, you're driving up revenue, she will feel more confident about taking away his budget and eventually like fire him. Not even maybe taking away his budget, just like complete firing. So she pays you more, so you do more, and then she feels more comfortable to the point where she can let go of that guy. So keep that in your back pocket as well.
should I like almost frame it like if she books me for say the next 2 months, this is what I'd work on, and then paint the long-term picture of like this is what we're working towards, and then maybe say for the second package after she's built that trust with me, we can focus on taking on these responsibilities.
You can, yeah, you can. I would, it the main thing is just like write down the responsibilities that you feel like she needs based off of your experience with her, right? Tell her what you believe she wants and what she needs. Right. And so
Right.
like pulling some stuff, like make sure you're focused on like what you believe. Like, for example, something you told me that really stood out to me was the fact that he just kind of does whatever she needs her to do as opposed to him figuring it out and then telling her. So like that's a big thing. You're telling me it's like, hey, look, you want to drive revenue and you want somebody that's in the trends that so you can focus on your zone of genius. This is what we can do. So what we will do is we will figure out the campaigns for you based off of market research, based off of season data, and then we'll push that out for you so you're not stressing about it and you're not necessarily calling the shots and need to figure out whether it's right or wrong. And sometimes it's a hit, sometimes it's a miss.
Right. And one thing she had mentioned was um one thing she had mentioned was that sorry, the doorbell rang, like maybe lose my train of thought. But one thing she had mentioned was like yeah, like there's a lot where like we'd help you out in terms of like or like there's a lot you would learn from us, and we want to learn from you sort of thing. And like so I almost feel like she fully is aware that like, hey, I'm growing my side, but like it can be a win-win sort of thing. And I assume like when I talk to her I should kind of avoid framing it as like a win-win and just more of like, hey, if you want this, we can schedule it out or we can work towards this thing. And then, just kind of use my own benefit. Like obviously I'll sign the confidential. I won't share any of her information, but I can, just use the strategies I learned for my other clients and stuff.
Yeah, 100% don't tell her or position
Yeah.
in a way where like you're trying to learn anything and like, yeah, don't do that. Like
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
position it where like she's gonna miss out if she doesn't take you up.
Yeah. Because I was just kind of thinking of like what would be the big benefit for me, like if I'm like, yeah, like we can work towards this, I can, take on like, I just don't want to think like, well, you have your own thing, like how would you do this sort of thing. But I think maybe if I just really push on that pain point and then just, frame like, hey, this is the AI stuff, like we're constantly updating scripts. So like um we would take over or do all the market research and then just really this way if for this if you want to do that then we can do that at this budget or at this price and stuff.
Yep.
But yeah, I think that would work out because just because of where she's at, and then I could just roll that out to my other clients. And who knows, in the future, if we need to, then we can fly out and start doing in-person consultations if that's possible.
Yeah, for sure. That'd be dope.
Yeah,
Cool,
cool.
man. Let me keep me posted on how things go with her. Um, any other questions regard like anything else that's big that's going on that you want to go over today before we chop it up again on Wednesday?
No, I think that's the biggest thing. I think yeah, I'll try to push it to Thursday so this way I can kind of have more mental clarity in terms of like how I want to frame things. I can run it by you. Um so yeah, I'll keep you updated if that's possible.
Yeah, for sure. Cool.
That's
Um,
it.
cool, man. Um, I think next we have is Jorge. I'm guessing Jorge's busy shooting stuff right now.
I think he's like editing. I don't know.
Oh,
If
okay.
he's bad.
Okay, cool. So he's free. Let's see real quick, like make sure we have where's MJ? Um, I think let's do MJ first. Because I know he's got some questions that I think maybe Owen could help with. MJ, what's going on, man? How you feeling? You hanging in there? You surviving? You alive?
Yeah,
Freaking dying? Huh?
every single one of them combined.
Welcome.
Everything combined, honestly. Yeah,
Welcome to the trenches, bro.
I know. I
So
know.
what's going on? How you feeling? Questions, comments, concerns?
Yeah, not so much. So is it what's this now? Today's Monday. So on Saturday they had filled out the form that was the onboarding form. So I have the information that has come into high level now. Um, I should start getting around to doing stuff today, maybe tomorrow. No guarantees on today. I am feeling like really tired. So maybe most likely tomorrow, just start building out like their go high level and seeing what I can set up there. They do want to start with a campaign of theirs already. I believe they wanted to do something in regards hair loss. I haven't looked too much into it. Let me just make sure that I got that here. Um, yeah, so they want to do 20% off hair removal services. I think it's a laser type procedure. And they've just plugged in some stuff for me. Maybe I could probably share my screen here that I'll look into when I'm creating the campaign of sorts. Um, okay. Yeah, so they want to do a 20% off hair removal services. Um, our laser is free for all skin types, including dark skin. Please make inclusivity a selling point in the ad. Most important, 20% off IV therapy packages. I don't know what half of this stuff is. 750 for PRP, light facial skin rejuvenation for youthful looking skin. So that's what they want to start with, I guess, in that. So
So
I'll
you get
take
so
that.
there's three offers there then. There's the hair removal, there's the IV therapy, and then there's the PRP, and then there's the light facial. Or
Okay.
yeah. So the PRP plus light facial sounds like one offer. The IV therapy sounds like one offer, and then the hair removal sounds like one offer.
Okay. Okay. I guess they just added, okay. So I guess see what's happening here because I know this was supposed to be them sharing their offers in the past, but I think they just used that opportunity because they had told me on the call before that they wanted to run a hair removal campaign for this July. So I was like, yeah, we'll probably take that over Slack. But I didn't get them into Slack till today. I think maybe the link I sent them had expired, so I didn't get them on today. So I think they might have used this to just put in the hair loss they wanted to run, but I'll confirm on Slack and see. So then I know that these other two are just like previous offers that they've done, and it's not what they want to run right now. Because I told them that we'll probably start with one, and then fine tune that and then get the ball rolling on others. So it most likely would be the first one that will go with.
Okay.
Um, yeah, so I'll start doing that. The other questions that I feel like I had would be, sorry. Okay, so I was trying to customize their Excel sheet
Mhm.
as to what that would look like now for my clients, and of course it won't be the same as mine. So I wanted to, kind of find out. I kind of know what I'm taking out, but um, I know this part with the call recordings. I don't know how you guys do it right now, like what it should be, what they should be following up on and tracking and putting into the columns for me to be looking at. What's that look like is one. And then the KPIs that I should be putting in for them is two. And then what other tabs should be there? Right now, I just have these three important ones, the KPIs, the call recordings tab, and the funnel journey for me, in terms of what I'm tweaking and what I'm doing. Um, and I don't know, what's this to-do list? Yeah, and a to-do list there. So that was my first question ultimately. And then
Okay.
I'll go from there.
So in terms of the offer. A lot of this is like I would definitely like lean into like what Aman would say for sure over like what I would say. There's some things I can kind of tell you off the top of my head. Um, I when it comes to that offer, the hair removal offer, like I guess like what is kind of your plan of action? Are you going to be doing market research there? To have you done some market research to verify if that's even a good offer or
Yeah, I haven't, that was going to be my first point of action. I haven't sat with it yet, but I was going to take a look at what they've written and see if I can find other campaigns around it, maybe. See what other people might be doing and maybe give suggestions to them on Slack of some things that see what we can tweak based on what they've given me, from what I think could work. Um, Ultimately, I feel like I could push that, but if maybe I don't get any feedback as to what they want to change, I just run it as they like, and then as I see it performing or see what's going on with it, let them know, give them the feedback, and make tweaks from it over time, kind of thing, right? So that's literally what's just coming to my head right now.
yeah. If it were me, right? So again, please like take what I say with a grain of salt. Like listen to Alman over me for sure. If I were in your shoes, what I would most likely do is I would step one, come in here. I would do a little bit of research to see if 20% off hair removal like even works, right? So I'd go on Facebook ads library and do some of those funnel hacking techniques to see if that even is a good offer. What kind of creative works, what kind of copy works? Is 20% good? Is 15%? Do I need to add on something else? And then also I would be thinking about like, okay, um, I think hair removal services, I don't think that, I mean, unless it's like a 1 or 2 grand, like I don't know how much it is, but like I would be thinking about like what kind of things could be done on the back end to increase LTV, right? So they come in for 20% off, but then maybe there's something else that needs to be done that can give them the ultimate goal, and we need to charge a premium for that. That's like where my mind is, first of all. I'm thinking about like what the machine looks like. Step two is then it's most likely going to be a lead format or it's going to go into funnel. Aman has transitioned from doing a lot of lead form stuff into like now going into like funnels. So the question becomes, what are you going to do? Are you going to do a lead form ad or are you going to do an ad that goes into funnel, which is like the 6 figure, 6 week sales funnel, like your client acquisition funnel? Once that is figured out, then I'm going to go and create the Excel sheet based off of what that funnel looks like, right? So there's if you go into your Excel sheet, there's going to be the click, and then there's going to be the number of people that opt in, and then there's a number of people that I'm going to have most likely you're going to have like a quick call with, and then you're going to try to book them into the establishment. So I'm going to basically tweak this based off of that, right? So, you know, a lot of the stuff I'll be like is very much the same. There's usually going to be somebody's going to opt in. There's usually going to be like a discovery call or a qualifying call. There's usually going to be them going into establishment doing the sales. And so when it comes to sales, you're most likely not going to be able to do anything because you're going to get feedback from them. So the next step in the process, so I would create this, and then what I would do is I would launch the ads. If I were you, again, I think they expect you to follow up the leads, which I think you should do anyways. I would then be like literally updating this and being mindful of what am I doing daily? What am I doing daily? I would go inside of some kind of a notepad. I would make sure I write that down. So for me, for example, I have daily tasks, I have weekly tasks, I have monthly tasks I've written down that I know, right? So I would be doing that on some kind of a notepad. And then I'd be recording my calls, right? I'd be recording my calls. I'd be doing everything. So you're basically doing everything yourself. And then what you're doing is you're pretty much relying on them to tell you who they've sold, how the conversation has gone. So then you would update this part of the sheet. And then what else? Then what I would most likely do is I would create some, again, this is how I would do it. I would have like maybe a page where I have like FAQs or like videos to watch that if you were trying to hand this off and designate to somebody else, what videos would they need to watch to basically model what you're doing?
Okay.
That's a simplified way of how I would do it. Now I know I'm most likely missing a bunch of stuff because I know that Alman probably doesn't do it that way, but that's how I would do it for sure. That's how I would start. What are your thoughts? And then maybe what we can do is we can transition to Alman to get clarity of like what he would do.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think that makes sense. The thing about this, and I'm not entirely sure for this particular campaign that they want to run, but of course, it's probably my job to, do exactly what you're saying, which is having them think about what to sell on the back end because they wanted to start with hydrofacials. I think I remember that's actually what I wanted to begin with. Um, and of course, like they just kind of like started getting a lot of bookings for hair removal, I think. So they're like, well, it's the summer, so let's kind of like just run that and milk the money from that. I don't know that they have packages for this on the back end. I think this is probably them just trying to take advantage of the time um of what people are trying to book right now for them just, casually, maybe people coming in. So yeah, it would be my job to speak with them and see what we could create packages for at the back end if they have anything already, or if they're already thinking about that and use that to be able to like upsell for sure. So I could have that discussion with them and see. But yeah, I think what you're saying makes sense. I did know Amon when we spoke mentioned that I think he was doing more of the lead forms now as opposed to the funnels. I guess he can clarify for that piece there.
For the lead forms and the funnels, I have been testing both lately. I would say in your position, I would start with lead forms just because you want to make sure at the ad level, like people like the offer is good enough to get people interested and putting in their information. Because I think with the lead form or with the funnel, there's just more information that you don't know if it's gonna be the ad or if it's gonna be the funnel that's causing the results. So at least if you're getting opt-ins, like the offer is really good, and then you can switch to a funnel to optimize on it. For I don't know if I had another point on that, but yeah, and even for my clients who I am doing the funnel thing, like for the one I have a funnel set up, even for like the new ads that she wants to run, like the new offers, I like told her hey, we're gonna test it more on the lead form again. It's just gonna go to a text message. And if it's getting engagement, then we're gonna optimize it. We're gonna, create the funnel, we're gonna create the AI and stuff. So I try to again just try to create the amount of like least effort and just make sure like, okay, the ad is doing really well, the offer is doing really well. Um I think for laser hair removal, I've seen some that were like $70 for one area. I'm sure it's like it costs way more, but because maybe it's like you have to do multiple areas to see results or something, but I think they get them through the door through doing one area for 70 and then just kind of like having a check and call where you're like, okay, if we run this, how much are people buying these laser hair removals for? And
Which,
are they spending, how much are they spending and how many areas, those sort of things.
based off of like these offers that his client has put in here, how would you navigate this? Like I told him what I would do, which is like I would just funnel hack and kind of see what would work. But like
Yeah.
based off of these three kind of offers that I'm looking at, like where's your mind going? Like what would you do if you had 7 days to try to get somebody some results or at least make them happy?
Yeah, I would definitely funnel hack. I even gave him a link where it's like Graydon's like dad's clinic where so there's a bunch of great offers on there. And this is just what the Metzwa has done previously. We don't know if it's worked or not. So you can be the expert and say, hey, this is what's working on the ad level. Basically, let's say it's $70 for one area and then you stack two bonuses, like one or two bonuses on there. It incentivizes people to come in for a consultation and then they can get like one small area for $70 just to test things out with you, see if they like it and build that relationship with you. So I would definitely like, you know, I would I would definitely funnel hack and get like a actual offer to and present it and be like, hey, this is what works on ad level and just kind of explain them like, and this way you can ask questions like how much are people spending so they know that hey, this is just to get people in through the door. But yeah, I mean, as far as the 20%, like, I don't think it's strong enough to get people to go out of their way to like show up and try this new place. But if you have like a price and say like, hey, you get all this value packaged, like a $300 value for, $97, it's just incentivizes people to show up for a consultation. And then worst case, they get to, try out one area for a certain amount.
That makes sense. So yeah, definitely like do research to see what you feel like could be the strongest and then definitely present that over. And it really is the back end. It really is the package. like one thing that me and Aman have come to find is like some people, like let's say you put $1 in, um, your goal is to try to, turn that $1 into like $10. But a lot of these businesses with the front end offers, you put $1 in, maybe they'll make $2. And they're happy with that. They're like not going to fire you. They're content with that. But the thing is, like, you put $1 in, you make $2, but then 50 cents goes to staff, 50 cents goes to like cost of goods and everything. So now
Mhm.
they're 50%, and that 50% has to be split between you and the business owner.
Mhm.
So it's really about the back end. It's really about like, okay, if I do hair removal for 20% off or like seven, it's like, okay, well, look, you like I remember I signed up for something. It was literally laser hair removal. It was like $60 or something. And then I went in and it was like $60, it was $100. I forget what it was. And I remember they said, hey, look, it's 5 treatments for this, but really you're gonna need another 5 treatments. You really need like 12 treatments for us all to work. And the total amount was like 1,500. Does that make sense? Like
Mhm.
that's how they did the secret sauce. That's how they made it work. Like that's the kind of stuff that has to be done. I'm not saying that's the best way. Like I wasn't sold, but like those are the kinds of things that have to be done. So you get somebody in through the door, but then you have to have something that's high ticket to sell, to get that turn that dollar into four, five, six, $10.
Mhm.
Also,
Yeah.
MJ, is this are these 20% off? Like, do you know if they ran ads before and they've done this, or how did they advertise? Or was this like existing customers that they said, hey, we have 20% off going on? Because maybe this is like for their bigger packages that they're getting people to pay upfront for, like, if they pay today, they get 20% off sort of thing. And
Mm.
so if you kind of ask those questions of like, where did you do this 20% off? Like, was this for existing? Like, was it like a during a consultation or was it like through an ad? Then if they say it was through a consultation, then you can frame it like, okay, so we want to run this and we will figure out the bonuses together, but we want to run something like this so you can get people through the door, build that relationship, see that you can do a good job with just a small area, and then basically you can incentivize them to come back and book multiple sessions by doing this like 20% off that's working for you or something, at least in the beginning, and then working with them. But yeah, it may be good to kind of gauge like, okay, okay, I see where you ran this 20% and why it's worked before. This is how we need to do it on the Facebook side because it's the only way we're gonna get people in.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know where they run it, if they've run ads with it before or not. So that would be definitely something that I would try and speak with them about or ask them for. So
Yeah,
yeah.
and just remember, like, it's like, from if the people who saw this were either referrals or it was through like an email blast to existing customers, it's a lot easier to sell to existing customers. So we
Mhm.
need a really value stack like way to stand out from the competition and make it easy for people to say yes to their med spa over all the competitors so that they can build a relationship and then you can do something like this on the back end or whatever it is they want to do on the back end that you'll work with them on.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Um, okay. How about this part? Sorry, the recording spot. Do these tables look like is what I should have on there in terms of what, they're filling out and putting in for me to know kind of like healthy wise how calls are going and stuff, or is there something I'm maybe missing?
I don't think Amani has even been able to really get people to record their calls for the most part. So
Okay.
you see him cracking up there. I think he's gotten like 4 calls so far.
Okay.
So um,
Okay.
like I said, for me, if I were in your shoes, I would record, I would do all the stuff, and then
Yes. I will.
I will, if I were you, I would try. So again, I don't know exactly what Aman does and what his SOP is and what he's trying to do. What I would do is once you have that conversation here in 7 days or so, again, have like explain to them, hey, here's what I did, here's what I'm doing. I've recorded everything for you. Here's a video, like literally like, create one page. Like I have a page with just videos on there, and that's kind of like a course portal. And you say, hey, look, I need you to watch this video. This video is going to show you exactly how to record your calls. And I need you to record those calls, or else I can't help you. And you should just like reflect on my experience with you and how like you recording your calls and what you're doing has allowed me to help you. Like, hey, I'm having these calls, I'm having conversation with Kushik, I'm telling him what's going on, he's giving me feedback, stuff like that. Does that make sense, or am I being very?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
So again, if you get them to watch course, if you on your onboarding, if you really drill it, and if you have a course video on exactly how to update it, I think you're gonna have a good chance of getting them to do this. I'm not entirely sure why Aman has such difficulty, but I think that it's gonna be, I think that you're gonna be able to do it, assuming that the business owner actually is following up the leads and doing what they need to be doing. But we'll see what happens. Um, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think you taking over the calls initially is like the best thing you could do where you're at. Like that's why it's been so long for me. It's just because I haven't done it to this extent. So
Aman's never done what you're doing. Has every single client that he's had, he's literally just told them, "Hey, I'm gonna generate the leads. You handle them. You talk to them and all that stuff." So you're doing a completely different process. So I think you're gonna learn some things that Aman maybe wasn't able to learn. And you'll have a different experience.
Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely do that for sure. Um, so I guess the other thing that I am wondering about for now, I think I just have maybe two more questions. The first one would be, how are you typically nurturing leads that come in right now? Like, so when somebody opts in, and you kind of have the automation that obviously goes out initially, you're trying to, text them. If you can't call them, of course, like dialing them right away. But what I'm finding is like maybe I can't get to them in time because of, work or whatever. So I'm trying to see how I can, nurture them via text. And then after maybe I get on the call with them and, we're trying, they've booked for the sales call at a time that can both work for us. That period of time, what is your typical SOP for just nurturing them through that? I think I'm struggling with that right now because I don't know that I've built a system in which they can expect that I'm sending them something, and there's some communication going back and forth so that hopefully by the time that the sales call happens, I'm not having like a, cold feet or a no call, no show, having somebody rethink, whether or not they want to take this call, things like that, right? So how do I keep nurturing them during that period of time before we kind of have the sales call?
I don't think you're doing a sales call, right? Like you're most like, I mean, I'm gonna tell me if I'm mistaken. Or I'm and Mason have both done this kind of stuff, but like it's most likely gonna be an ad. They click on it, name, email, phone number, and then most likely you're gonna have some kind of an automation or something set up that's gonna like message them, say congratulations, da da da. What's a good time for us to chat more about this procedure or getting you scheduled in? They
Oh,
respond back
no,
to you.
sorry. So I'll correct that. Not their patients. I mean, I'm talking about my clients now, like people that are coming in through the Metspa niche funnel, my niche funnel. So I'm talking
Oh,
about that I'm supposed to have sales calls with.
oh,
That I don't feel like I have a good nurturing process before I get to that sales call with them, to make sure that they are still able to come through, and then I'm not having like no call, no shows or whatever, right? So how do I make sure that I'm kind of like nurturing them through those days that we have before the sales call?
are you having is your concern before the discovery call or after the discovery call?
After the discovery call. So we've had the discovery call. I've managed to book a sales call with them, or a demo call with them. And maybe it's like 3 days out or something like that, right? And
I
so that I can, make sure that like the nurturing is kind of still happening during that period of time.
I just talked to Aman about this past weekend. I was asking actually for Riviera, and I was thinking about you as well when I was asking Aman this. Um, because Aman, like both of them are kind of in the same place. They're where you were about 3, 4 months ago. You launch the funnel and then you go through this thing of like, man, people aren't showing up. Why are they so cold? And da 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 da. What do I do?
Mhm.
So me and Aman kind of came to the conclusion, which is like, me and Aman like tried to create additional content for people to watch and things to do before in between the discovery and the sales call. And I think the conclusion that me and Aman came to is like it's just about being better at sales. Like that is as short as it sounds. Like
Mhm.
that's what I noticed with Aman as well. I'm just like, he's like, it's the stuff that we spoke about, MJ, where I'm like, okay, figure out what's causing the knee-jerk reaction. Don't say that. Step two, here's how to kill the objection before it occurs. Those are techniques. That's just getting better at sales.
Yeah.
That's ultimately what it was. Um, I'm a firm I firmly believe in creating content. Like that's what helps me. I create content, I get people to watch content, I get people to do things. Um, but most people seem not to be able to do that. I don't know why. Like pretty much everybody, yeah, like most people cannot get people to watch content, but like if you can get people to watch content, that's the best thing that you can do, in my opinion. So I think step one is like get, and I'll let Amon talk, but like step one is just get good at your discovery calls and get so good at them that they show up to a sales call.
Yeah.
And then if you get really good at discovery calls, well, then what should happen is you should get good enough at getting people to watch content, which gets them to be good at sales, which gets the sales call to be good. So it's like step one, get good enough at your discovery call that they show up to sales call. Step two, get good enough that you can get them to watch some content so that they come extra warm. Like that's how I would be kind of like looking at it.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I
One
agree.
thing is like as like when you start taking over these calls and you have such a better understanding of like the process, you're gonna find that most of the people you're talking to aren't doing any of these things. And so when you'll know to ask the right questions, and then you'll know what the problems are like a lot better, and you're gonna be able to differentiate yourself because you're gonna be talking to them at their level and as an expert. Um and then two, like I think the reason why the content hasn't worked as well for me is only because I don't have that hands-on type of experience where when I look at those content now, I'm like, that's not what I would say, right? Like I don't even try to push for it because I've grown since that content. And like I think when I do take over the calls, I do actually nail this down A through Z, then the content I do make is gonna have so much more conviction and so much more clarity, where I can even have more conviction, even like pushing them towards the that content. Um, so yeah, it's kind of like Coach has been saying to me, like, dude, everything just comes down to you getting in the weeds and doing this. Like that's gonna reflect on your discovery calls, and the reps, of course. But
Mm.
it's I would just say just trust the process.
Yeah.
What Amon just said is so crucial. Like last like 15 seconds, which is like Koshik is right. Just kidding, not that. It's
Yeah, no,
typically
I agree. I agree with that. Like, especially about the part with the conviction aspect of things. I
like
agree with that. I agree with that 100%. I know what I feel like I'm really sucking out right now is when I kind of want to give, and I need to, I've been thinking about it this week. I need to be able to just make sure that I pen it down, like I actually write down my thoughts. But I'm really fumbling in selling what that high level overview is for what I do different. Right. So when it comes down to it, when, probably I've like, gotten the discovery aspect of what they're struggling with, I know it, like I know where I'm different when when they've said it to me, I'm like, oh yeah, like they're not doing this, they've not done that. I know exactly where I could help and obviously give them results for sure. But it's when I get to communicate it in a way that's clear and is understandable, I think that's where currently right now, for me, I'm just dropping the ball. So I want to just spend time like writing that out, getting better at really understanding what it is that I'm trying to say in a very clear way, for people to understand and see how that helps my future discovery calls into my sales calls as well. At
you
least
will
that's one aspect that I want to work on.
you will know what you're doing different. So as I was saying, like the last 15 seconds of what Amon said, which is like just getting into the weeds. The more you
Yeah.
get into the weeds, it's like somebody said, I think it was Kyle or maybe even you or somebody said that like the more they went through the program, the more they see the light.
Yes.
Like you're in a tunnel, and the more you do, the more you're like, oh, no wonder I did that thing a week ago. No wonder I did that two thing. Now it's coming in handy. And so what's gonna happen, I promise you, MJ, is like the more you get in the weeds, like Aman said, the more you will learn what actually makes you different. I know you're saying right now, like, oh, I have to just get better at my words. I'm gonna say something to you that's gonna sound very short right now, and it's gonna sound harsh. You don't know what makes you different. You
Mm.
don't know what makes you special. You don't know anything yet. And the reason for it is because you haven't set up a single campaign. You don't know how these actually work. You don't know what it's like to nurture people. You don't know what
Yeah.
anything is like. And so what's going to happen is as you do more, you're going to actually learn what the issues are in a business. You
Yeah.
actually don't, high level, philosophy because of the course material, but once you get your hands
Mm-hmm.
and feet in the trenches, now you actually
Yeah.
see what they should. So even like
Absolutely.
Aman, he created this video on his thank you page, and I remember when he created it, I remember that version of Aman, and that version of Aman was still, figuring stuff out, still learning. But like the way he's done so many more clients since he created that video that he speaks to people different. And you see him
Yeah.
nodding his head. He would redo that video now. And I promise you, when Aman spends another 2 months in the trenches, like actually handling leads, this version of Aman's gonna be gone, and he's gonna want to redo that video again. So essentially, what I'm simply saying, MJ, is it's like a chicken versus egg thing. What comes first? Who knows? But what will happen is that the more you actually get, the more campaigns you set up,
Yeah.
the more leads you have conversations with,
Yeah.
the better you will be at sales.
Yeah.
So the more reps you do, the better you'll be at sales, the better you'll be at your marketing and
Yeah.
nurture.
Yeah, I agree. I agree 100%. I know that for a fact. I know that for a fact. Like even now, I still haven't done anything, but the fact that I've gotten one step ahead in terms of just understanding maybe what funnels work, or just knowing that high-end packages are on the back end or some piece of the system, like even that little insight changes what I'm communicating or what I'm speaking on. So like the more that I know, the more that my language and my understanding changes for sure. So like I know that is 100% true. So yeah, that definitely works.
One thing Aman
Um,
said, like
yeah, but
one thing, and just to kind of give you an example, and this is such a small thing, but there's so much wisdom in here, is you asked, or somebody asked, hey, do you do funnels or do you do lead forms? And Aman didn't say I do funnels or I do lead form. He gave you a very nuanced answer, which is like, hey, when you do a funnel, there's much more variables and you don't know why something is or isn't working, versus a lead form, there's a lot less variables. And so if somebody clicks and they opt in, that means that the offer is good. And therefore, if you do a form, it will most likely work as well. See how much like there's like a lot of wisdom there.
yeah,
And so guess what? If somebody asks on a sales call, hey, do I do lead forms or I do this? He's not going to just say, oh, you do a funnel. He says, this is why you do a funnel. Here's why, da, da, da. And then the business owner here, they're like, fuck, this guy's wise as fuck. This guy really knows what he's talking about. So it's the same thing. Just get your hands dirty. So anyways, I'll stop rambling about this.
yeah,
I'm simply bringing this up is just so you understand that the experience that awaits you will answer a lot of these questions that you have right now.
yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, I'm excited to see what I could do for these guys for sure. I do have a few more sales calls that I looking forward to maybe this week, see how they go. But yeah, I'm excited to see what I can do for these guys for sure, because I know that that would be one step forward again, right? In terms of what I
One last
know.
one last
Yes.
thing. You're you're in a place right now, MJ, where it's a lot of, like I said, it's a lot of you telling me, hey, Kushi, here's what's going on. And then me telling you, like, hey, dude, here's what's going on. Step one, you gotta do this. Step two, you gotta do this. And it's kind of like you're playing this chess game. And it's kind of like you're kind of like doing blind faith. It's kind of like you're doing a
Hmm.
trust fall with me. I'm like, hey, just trust me, just do this
Yeah.
thing. And you don't fully understand why it does or doesn't work yet.
Yeah.
And this is how it has to be for, the first few clients until you really get your hands dirty.
Yeah.
And then eventually, once you get your hands dirty, you're not going to have these problems that you're having on the sales calls. So I just want to kind of just let you
Yeah.
know that as well. This is normal. You're saying a lot of stuff. You don't fully know what you're saying, why you're saying it. You're just kind of doing it. And once you get a few clients, again, all of this will change. So, anyways, last thing I want to say regarding
Thank
that.
you. Yeah, thank
Yeah, if
you.
it helps, I felt exactly the same way. And even didn't sign up for like the next month in this coaching program with Coach Sheik just because it was like too painful, you know. And so I experienced the same thing. And literally, I think of all people like Coach Sheik can say like I have the hardest time with like these things of like doing the new thing and like getting on starting like the sales calls and whatnot. So just know if just keep showing up, man. Like you, I promise you, you'll get through it. And taking over the calls for your clients is gonna make such a difference. And also one other thing is like one thing I noticed when talking to all these med spas, to all these discovery calls, is that most other marketing for medical spas, like majority of them, are doing the bare minimum. They're literally setting up these photo ads. They're setting up
Yeah.
the the ads that everyone else is running, and then they're telling their clients to basically fuck off and
Yeah.
call the leads themselves, right? So like they're not being supportive, they're not giving that. So it's like those are some initial things right away where you're gonna be like, hey, you're gonna be added to a Slack channel, like you're gonna have that support. We're gonna, and like just making them feel like you're gonna go that extra mile to do things for them, where most marketers, they're just, again, they're setting things up. So like the extra work that we're doing is going to pay off so much more because majority of people aren't even doing those things.
Yeah. Yeah, it's easy money for them. Actually, it's even harder for us if we're being honest, right? Because like yeah, that's they and I know how it goes. Like even with my company when I'm in some of these marketing meetings and they're doing it for a transportation group and they call in and they're like, yeah, how did you get leads this month? How are the leads? They be talking like that, and then the grumpy manager were like, yeah, some came in and whatever. And then the marketing is like, okay, yeah, just let us know. It's the worst, man. And they're paying like, and I'm like, I think, I don't know, is it like 5 grand a month or something like that? Yeah, it's crazy. So like again, and it's what you don't know, like you just pay for ignorance, right? And of course, like if there's nobody else that's doing that, that's literally what they got, and they pay for that. So I know, and when I hear even some of these calls, I do try in some of my discovery calls to say that, like of course you don't just it's not just about the leads, right? It's being able to convert them, into being clients, and we'd be able to like work you through that entire system. It's all about nurturing them. And I literally had a call with someone, was it yesterday or 2 days ago? That I think that was her struggle ultimately. I did some Facebook ads. I didn't get anything. If people clicked in, but I wasn't able to get them as clients. I'm like, okay, so again, one step ahead, like, okay, how did you nurture it? Did you like, things like that, where I kind of knew that that wasn't happening for her, right? So it's like, okay, so I understand that I'm able to educate because I know that, right? So yeah, so I truly agree with everything that you guys have said, right? I truly agree with that. The more that I do, the more that I would actually be able to see and know and change how I speak too. So um yeah. I think the last thing I was wondering about is, do I turn off ads in the night? Sometimes I get I get like up to like 1 a.m. in the morning, which is weird because funny, I think maybe I had just one or two. I literally happened to wake up at the time that they opted in, which is absolutely weird because the automation, would go out and, confirm their name, like this is this person, right? And then they'd say yes. I happened to just be awake when one of them had said yes, and I literally just copied my template and pasted it back in my reply to just keep it going, right? So I was like, I'm like, should I actually turn this off at like if I'm not literally awake to even reply or respond to anybody? And it's like they said yes and nobody responded like after like 8 hours, whatever. I don't know. Yeah, so that was my last question.
I think that Facebook is doing some cool things. Like now they've got some settings where you can run ads at a certain time. You can get ads to spend more money at certain times. I don't think it's worth messing around with that stuff. Um, I like not I don't know anyone that messes around with that stuff, honestly, and maybe that's why. Maybe it's because it's just like so new. I think you should just do it the basic way that it's been done. Just leave them on, let Facebook spend the money however they want to spend it, and then if you are awake, if you're available, respond because you don't know necessarily the time zone that they are in. And on top of that, some people are up late, some people are whatever, but like if they opt in at a certain time, it's because that's where their mind was. So, if somebody opts in at 1, okay, great. We respond back at 1, right? So
Yeah,
that's it.
sure.
That's the simple answer.
No problem. No worries. Okay.
Whenever you can get to it. The
Yeah.
answer the earliest you can get to it.
Yeah.
That.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah, I think that's everything from me. So I'll start, building out their Go High Level and then start working on their campaign. Hopefully, well, how many days has it been? This is day 2. So hopefully before 7 days is up. Hopefully I can do that all in time. And
Right.
then I'll reach out to them. Or
Cool.
I don't know. I probably should. I don't know what your typical SOP is for this. Like now that they've just so that even while I'm building, that I have communication happening. I don't know, right? Like I don't want them to feel just cold until like maybe I'm done and then I'm like, hey, I kind of still wanna, say they just came in the slide, maybe I'd say hi or something like that. And then I don't know. I don't know what you have for that or any ideas. You have to just kind of keep the relationship going even while I have nothing to show. For right now.
I don't necessarily, I mean, I think that if I did this, I have SOPs for like trials, but like those are very nuanced trials. Like I had a 24-hour trial, so I had very specific, the moment somebody signs up, they had a video to watch. Before I launch ads, I had a video for them to watch. The moment I launch ads, I touched base. The moment the first lead came in, I touched base. The moment the first quality lead came in, I touched base. The day before, I touched, like, there are very specific touch points I had. But your case is so it's big because I had a system, and so I had to build it because I did the trial. I did that funnel over and over. I had to build systems. In your case, I don't necessarily think you don't need it's a one-off kind of thing. So I think just like do it by feel, man. Do it by feel. And I would say try to touch base once a day. Like just do that. Just once a day. Have a touch base. I don't think you go wrong with that. And then just kind of give an update of like maybe what's happening. And if you don't get much done, well then just say like what you're gonna do tomorrow, most likely, or something, just to kind of keep the momentum
Okay.
going. So
Okay.
touch base and then make sure so touch base and then ensure that they understand something is moving forward.
Okay. Yeah. I'll
And
do that.
ask them if they have questions.
Okay. For sure.
Sometimes if you ask about that question, that just gives you a good opportunity to keep things warm because you just answer questions and that keeps the
Yeah.
conversation going.
Yeah, totally. Totally. Okay. Alrighty. Thank you. Thank
Okay.
you. Yeah. I have a shoot coming up. I don't want to do it, but it is what it is. We need some money.
What's the what are you shooting?
I have a music video that a good friend of mine, reached out to wanting to do. So yeah, we've worked together in the past already. So he just like, hey, bro, let's make magic happen again. I'm like, okay, yeah, cool. So pay the money on the 15th and let's get started. You know how you're kind of like dragging your feet, but it's like, yeah, it's decent money for now. At least stop the bleeding a little bit.
What makes you not, just out of curiosity, or like what makes you
Oh,
like
it's just I'm overwhelmed at this point. Like just like it's funny because I know I don't like I know I act like legit need the money and it's like someone is literally able to like pay and all that, but it's like the fact that I have to think about my energy and my time and working with them and all of that stuff. It's weird that I definitely want the money, but I feel like no, I don't wanna.
if you weren't doing this agency stuff right now, do you think that you would be excited about the music
Oh
video?
yeah, yeah, it would be. That would be. That would be. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Hold on. Okay. Well,
I
trying to
mean,
help.
especially when like there are new things happening. I think this would be my first time because he had an idea that was like, that's actually pretty cool. Like I get to mix like the live. So I'll do some separate performance takes for them, but then they want to do a live. He asked me, I'm like, yeah, we could do that because I think it would be cool. So there'll be a live performance of it. There'll be people that are already coming into the congregation, like the auditorium. And so there will be a section scheduled out for when they actually sing the song. And so we could cover that and then intersplice the live, footage of the song performance in the other takes that they did. So that'll be my first time doing that. So like me thinking through like, okay, how I make sure that I'm setting everything up to make sure that it's in sync and I know what I'm cutting to, so that'll be a fun challenge to do. So yeah, there's some new when I have new stuff to do or things I haven't done before, it's like okay, gets my brain working a little bit. But right now I'm like, I don't even want my brain to be working for that right now. It's too it's,
Overdrive.
yeah, I know. Okay. Yeah, thank you guys.
Welcome. Keep us posted, man.
I will. I
Same,
will.
don't be shy. Reach out and I'll send you my 30-minute voice notes as usual.
Yeah, no problem. I love hearing them. I mean, at this point, I just come in for the encouragement and just like trying to keep myself going. That's literally it. So all the encouragement I can get, that's definitely what I need right now. So, anywho, yeah, probably go sleep, wake up, and see how much work I can get done once I get back up. So Thank you guys. I appreciate it. All righty. Take care.
Jorge, what's going on, bro?
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I
Cool.
can hear.
All right,
So
what's up?
I
Yes,
just
sir.
did I have I ever told you about my like June, July, August schedule or no? Jorge.
I think so about how you're just chilling.
Yeah. So I know you've been like I've been MIA for everybody, but not just you, like everybody. I've been MIA for like for me, it's just been like I usually like family, friends, and stuff like that. I usually do something like once a week, but just because like the 4th of July and everything, just like every day there's been something. So
Yeah,
um
I'm not tripping. I'd assume so. I was like, man, he's probably got stuff going on. I'm gonna figure it out either way. But I understand.
cool. So what's up, man? Is it just like looking over the campaign? We can have a look right now if you want to look over it live.
Yeah, let me pull it up. Yeah, it's just going over the ad campaign, the new
Okay.
structure that I had set up with the retargeting, and then just the questions about Adam
Okay.
and pursuing that. So here, I'm gonna share my screen. Um, okay, you can see.
Yep.
Cool. So my original question was I don't know if you checked out the different variations that I made,
Mhm.
but they're basically all the same body. I just switched out the hook, the first 3 seconds. One of them is using Daniel's hook, like his exact script. The other one is what would you say for a martial arts school owner who's on the fence about working with me? And then the other one was what's the best thing that you've got out of working together or something like that.
Okay.
But I basically had 3 different variations. I didn't know if you wanted me to put all of them in the same ad set, the new one that we're gonna test out.
That looks good.
Because right now I just have three. I just have the original ones and then just Daniel's hook.
Okay, so the TLM and then NBJ,
Yeah, these
those
are 2 different ones.
okay. So yeah, so you have Adam add one. So how many videos do you have with Adam? How many different?
3 different variations.
Okay, so that means that you would basically put in 2 more ads into this ad set.
Okay. Okay. So that's that. My next question is when I go into the retargeting, I would add the same 2 ads in here as well.
So so here's um for retargeting, what I would do if I were you for retargeting is I would just have your winning ad in there for now. Like I would not put anything else in there other than your winning ad. So you have like what's your winning ad right now? It's your talking head video, right?
It's this one. Yeah.
Is that your winning ad right now? This one?
Yeah.
Out of
Oh,
all
out of all, the one that's actually got me results,
yeah. So which one has gotten you like book which one which ads have gotten you like books sales calls or booked discovery calls?
this one.
That's what I thought. Has any other creative gotten you booked has any other ad gotten you book sales calls?
Book sales calls, no.
I'm sorry, book discovery calls.
Book discovery calls, yeah, this one.
So that one as well, right?
Yeah. I mean, they weren't qualified discovery calls, but they did get me a couple.
Okay. So and then so how like and this is obviously it went into the funnel, right? They clicked the ad, it went to the funnel, they book on your calendar and all that stuff, right?
This one, yeah.
What about the other one?
This one went straight to the lead form.
Okay, this went to the lead form. So it did not go to your calendar page, right?
Correct.
So what
That's
about the other ad? The other one, the TLMMA, that one.
this one.
That's the one you just showed me. What about the NBJ?
This one's okay. It hasn't really been getting me much.
So it hasn't gotten you like has it gotten you any leads?
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, 13.
So both of them have gotten you leads. Both
Yeah.
of those have gotten you leads. Okay, let's do this then. Yeah, let's go back to your middle funnel ad set. Um, so what you want to do is you want to throw in your talking head video into your Mofu.
Okay.
So the main creative, you want to go and throw main ad, you want to go and throw that in there. I would actually, so you know how like you're doing like new ad?
Yeah.
What I would be doing for Mofu is you see how it says create ad? I would
Yeah.
click on use existing ad.
It's,
Oh, sh I don't know
yeah, I
why.
was running into this issue since the beginning.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Then go ahead and just do what you were doing. That's weird. It does that. I'm not sure what settings.
And I take all these off too.
Yeah, I always take them off. And then I like to deselect multi-advertiser platform thing. That yeah, multi-advertiser ads. I like to always deselect that. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Something I've been having a lot of good luck with, for guys in here is like in the ad set, there's like advanced targeting or something, or I'm sorry, automatic targeting. I've never really used that, but like that shit's been killing it for me.
On this one, on the middle.
Mm,
Where's it at?
I think it's like it is right above, right above, right above, right above. Use advantage audience. So what I do, what I've been doing is, I wouldn't say necessarily select this right now, but this may be something you come back to because I don't want to throw in too many variables. You might want to write this one down, Jorge. We can test this out, but that's something I've been testing out. So I select that.
Mhm.
I've tried it where I select just that, and then I put in like US Canada, and it worked really well. And then I did another ad set where I select that, and I put in my custom audiences or my lookalike audiences, and both of them worked. Versus I did a third one where I just did my lookalike audiences. I did not select that, and it did not do well. So it's like selecting advanced audience. Advanced like that seems to be doing good shit. I don't know how or why. So just thought I'd share that with everybody.
Okay. So then that'll
Um,
be something I come back to.
yeah, something to come back to. Yeah.
Then
So, all
I
right. So
actually gotta change it up here too.
yeah, for sure.
And then the structure of it looks good. It's for conversion, right?
So what we're trying to do is we're trying to find your winning. Um, what was the question? So these are these not lead form ads?
This one is
Yeah, they are instant forms. Okay,
yeah.
yeah. Cool. Yep. Yep.
And then what was the difference between putting it in this ad set, and then the videos I watched, it was having its own campaign.
Yeah, so the Mofu one, that's like gonna go right to your calendar page, and so basically what's gonna happen is like you've got your tofu top cold traffic, and the people that have like express some kind of interest, what we're doing is we're just trying to blast them with impressions so that eventually they click on it, and then they click on an ad and they actually go on your calendar and actually book something out with you. That's the whole entire purpose of Mofu. The purpose of the lead forms ad set right now that we're looking at right now, the entire purpose of that is what we're trying to do is we're just trying to like we're just trying to test out these different testimonial based ads, and then what we're going to do is we're going to maybe take one, two, three of them and then do cold traffic that goes into your calendar page. So what we're doing is we're just testing. We're not even trying to like make money with this lead form ad set right here.
With this one, right? The July 6th.
Yeah, we're just testing shit out. We're just seeing which ads work. And then once we see like, okay, these two are jumping out at us, we're gonna then do something with the in your main ad set right now that you've got launched right now. So you have another ad set. You have a tofu ad set.
Gotcha. Yeah, this one, right? The first one, right?
Yeah, so whichever one is like that's like whichever ad set right now is generating all of your discovery calls, we're gonna go and throw in 1 or 2 ads within that ad set after we
Okay,
do.
that makes sense. And then
So what you want to do for this lead form ad is you want to throw in all the other 2 ads from Adam.
this
This
one.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
That's all that you have to do, and then we can test this stuff out.
Okay. And then as far as the audience, I copied what you did in the videos.
So this is your Mofu.
Yep.
Okay, so your Mofu visit opt-in page, but not your thank you page. 50% video views last 90 days. Yep, that looks good to me, man.
Cool. And then this was originally checked. I unchecked it.
Yeah, you don't need to check that. Location should not be United States. There should be no location at all.
No location.
No location. And you don't need any targeting either.
Oh, okay.
So you can get rid of all that targeting. And yep, you can get rid of all those.
I gotta go one by one.
Yep, it's all good. I'm glad we're going over this. Yeah, you don't need to have any targeting because what you're doing is you're just targeting your custom audiences. So boom. Even age, I would just like leave it at like the entire thing, the 18 to whatever. Yeah. Yep. You open up all that stuff. Yep. English. You can make that to English all. Yeah.
And then just take out these.
Yeah. Keep scrolling. And I'm not sold on exactly what necessarily to do here. I think this is a good place to start. So we have Facebook feed, Instagram feed. Keep scrolling. What we can do is this. Give me a second. Let me can I share my screen real quick?
Yeah. Oh,
Give me a second here. Pull up my ads. See what I'm selecting here. So it looks like I've got mine selected to Advantage Plus placements, not manual placements for middle funnel.
Advantage plus.
Yeah, so it's like auto placements. Just want to make sure for sure. Let's double check here. Yep. Yep. Changes. All right. So yeah, if you want to share your screen, bro. And if you want to go back to, yep, if you want to scroll all the way down to your placements, show more options. Yep. And then right next to, right next to advantage placements, hover to the right of that. Edit, yep, there you go, edit. Boom. All right, so just leave it there then. So it's already on the right settings.
Okay.
Yep, cool. Yep.
Cool. And then
That's
everything
pretty,
else.
and then did you put in Adam's ads in there?
It's on my other drive. I have it right here, but I gotta do a whole bunch of shit real quick before.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty much it, bro. So your Mofu setup, you're testing lead form, that should be good. So keep me posted here, like within the next 3 to 5 days.
Mhm.
And hopefully what we're gonna do is we're gonna see a good amount of the ad spend go towards one of these ads, and hopefully it's one of Adam's. So you
Mhm.
could add two, Adam, add one, and then from there, just keep me posted, and then we'll take one of those ads, ensure that it's in the Mofu. So right now, let's say Adam add 2 wins. Then what we'll do is we'll swap out Adam add one to Adam add two within Mofu, and we'll put that into your top of funnel ad set.
Okay. In addition to the original one.
Um, when it comes to your top of funnel ad set, can you go to your top of funnel ad set? I would assume that you just have your talking head ad in there.
That's it, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So what we're going to do is the idea is what I'm trying to do here is when it comes to your top of funnel, every time we increase the budget, it just goes crazy, right? So the idea is that if I can throw in one or maybe even two more ads in here, then we can increase the budget. Hopefully shit doesn't go crazy. That's what I'm trying to do ultimately.
Oh, okay.
Does that
Yeah,
make sense?
this video right here has been falling off lately. I haven't gotten anything in like a couple weeks, actually. I think a week.
Have you tried and you've done the duplicating of the ad sets?
No, not yet.
Oh shit, you gotta get on that, bro. You gotta duplicate. So yeah, if I'm you, I'm gonna duplicate the ad set, kill off this one.
Mhm.
Uh, hasn't been doing anything for you for a
Okay.
while. And so that's the other reason why we're doing all this stuff right now with Adam and all this stuff. We're trying to get more creative so that you have more juice in the more steam, more juice for the top of funnel ad set.
Okay. All right, that makes sense.
Other questions, bro?
No, that's it for this. That's all. That's it pretty much for that. It's pretty straightforward.
Mason, any wisdom that you want to impart upon the guys, or you have questions, bro?
I have no questions. Um, no questions for you in particular.
Sure.
Um, so like we're doing well on our end, but I'm just wondering, like, I don't want Lauren to necessarily feel overwhelmed in terms of fulfillment. So we're kind of getting at the stage where like we're ready to scale, in my opinion, but I want to make sure that like everything is set in place. So say like our appointment setter leaves tomorrow, right? We want to make sure that we have trainings and we have everything all bundled up so that when we do up that ad spend, like nothing's going to happen, if that makes sense. So if like we're not scared that he will leave or something bad happens or something along the lines of that. So we want to like I would say by the end of the month probably spend like at least like $3,000-4,000 a month on ads. But like from the volume that we're doing right now, it's really good and we have the time and we can book the calls because she's not doing too much of like in-person training anymore. So we kind of like made that pivot now and we're basically pretty much like I would say at least like 85% online. She just has a couple of clients that are like super important to her that she doesn't drop just yet. But I think she will eventually. Um pretty soon coming up. So like I guess my biggest concern right now is like I just don't know about going about like hiring like an assistant coach, if that makes sense. Because I know like once we up the ad spend, we're gonna be closing way more deals, and I would rather me and her spend all of our time training in sales versus fulfilling clients.
For sure. Um, I would, yeah, your bottleneck for sure is going to be needing a CS. You need to get her off of service delivery ASAP. That's the number one thing. Like if
Yeah.
every single time you increase ad spend, you're breaking sales calls, you're closing deals, there's not a bottleneck there, then the bottleneck that you're inevitably going to run into is that. So that's it. So bring
Okay.
somebody in. I would be, if I were you, I would bring somebody in before I ramp up ad spend. Like,
Okay.
well, so if there's 100% capacity, what is her capacity at right now?
In terms of how many clients like we have, or
Terms of like overall like sales calls, discovery calls, service delivery, like where is her capacity at right now?
so I guess I'm not understanding like what do you mean capacity? Like how many calls can she take a week, or like what do you mean?
What I mean is like if her battery is 100% by the end of the week, every single week, like are you using 85% of her battery where she's got like 15% left in the tank? Like how much is she being maximized? Because your question at the very beginning of this is like, hey, I don't want to overwhelm her. And what do I do when I increase ad spend? Da, da, da. So that's why I'm asking is like realistically, are you utilizing 85% of her energy like right
Yeah,
now?
yeah. Like, yeah. So I
And
mean, she's definitely using a lot of her definitely say that again.
you're breaking up a little bit, bro. Um,
I'm
so
sorry.
you're good. Just, I don't know if there's something that you can. I can
Hello,
hear you.
hello.
I can hear you though. I can hear you though. You're just breaking up here and there, but
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, well just stop me if it stops. But I would say definitely at least, 85%. Um, we're taking about this week we have about like we're booking about a call a day. So we're probably about like at least like 20 to 40 calls a month. That's not a huge issue. Um, that's not a big deal. So she's good there. But a lot of the time is most likely, and when I say most likely, I mean I know, it's being spent with like client fulfillment. So I know that we need someone to be able to help us out. Um, but I'm just like, I don't know how to structure payment. I don't know how much to pay them. I don't know how much to train them because like that's not my area of expertise. Like that's where Lauren's good at.
Aaron's not gonna know.
So I'm just thinking like, do we put something in? Huh?
Aaron's not gonna know that. Just go watch Tanner's videos, literally all of the personal trainer ones, and then go to the sections where he talks about the comp structure and just do that. And I'm pretty sure he does like, I don't know exactly what he does, but he probably pretty much does like certain hours or something like that, certain dollar per hour, and then somebody gets a bonus for like re-signing people. Like I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Just do
Yeah,
that.
I heard about that. So like a certain dollars per hour, and then like how much realistically do you think would make sense? Do you think like 2,000 a month would be?
I probably something around that, like 2000 a month, $1,500 a month. Probably it's gonna be your main thing is gonna be like having a dialed in. What you guys are realistically gonna need to do is you're going to need to interview a bunch of people, not a bunch of people, like interview, pick that person, have course material to have them go through, and then have Lauren sit in, have them watch Lauren, and then have Lauren watch them, and then this person also has to be pretty good at sales because that's gonna be a big part of their job is to do the upsells. And it's
So
probably
that
gonna be
would that would
probably be
that
about
wouldn't necessarily be my. Go ahead.
it's probably gonna be about a solid month of this before you guys can actually ramp up ad spend, in my opinion.
Okay.
You need to make sure that this person is good before
So
you
we
ramp up.
should like where do you by any chance do you know any place where we could find someone, or is there anything that you would recommend in particular?
Um, you want entrepreneurs for sure. You don't want entrepreneurs, so you probably don't want to find them within any of like the coaching programs that you're already a part of. Definitely don't want them in there. Um, you, I think, I don't know if there are some communities. I'm sure there are. Like there are communities, Facebook communities, school groups for like very beginner level like personal trainers, right? People that have not made their first 10K. You want to go after those people, the people that have not made their first 10K. The people that
Okay.
are
So more along the lines of like training someone up versus finding someone that's like
super skilled, would you say? And then just saying like, hey, if you know, like create trainings and say it's like, hey, if you know how to use Trainerize and these apps, that's definitely positive. Because
Yeah,
we could make the trainings on it. That's not too hard.
you definitely for
And
sure
I'm
don't somebody that's super advanced, that's already cold DMing and all that stuff. Really, an ideal person is going to be this. An ideal person is going to be somebody that is super into like macros and training and like knows how to get people results, and they're fucking stuck up their own ass thinking that because they know all this stuff, they should be making more money than they are. And they're just trying to get out of, and most likely they're like training people at a gym, kind of like what Lauren was doing a few months ago. And they're just trying to get out of that. And so if they're already making like $1,500, $2,000 a month at a gym, and now you're offering them $2,000 a month to work from their computer and really do something that they're passionate about, that's going to be a good person. That's who you're actually looking for.
okay. Yeah, because that doesn't seem too bad.
Yeah, shouldn't be that hard to find that person. Fuck for, I mean, she might be able to find that person like in her local gym, bro.
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah, it's just about having like really solid training, bro. That's it. And hopefully they have some, you don't want them to be like selling and doing like a good job at sales. I'm sorry. You don't want them to be actively like cold DMing and cold selling, or like they have to have done a little bit of it and like
No,
have to.
they would strictly just be doing client fulfillment. I wouldn't let them do anything else.
Well, here's the thing though, like a good person is going to be somebody that can upsell for you.
Yeah. So
So
like
what I'm
I mean the thing is though is like they're not gonna be able to crack that
you
unless
you
they already know how to do it, which would be cool. But wait. What do you mean upsell? Like, or
so
do you mean like extend?
so ideally what's going to happen is you, Lauren, whoever that's doing the sales is selling, gets passed on to the coach. The coach does their thing for a month, 3 months, whatever, and then they themselves are upselling the client to do another 3 months, 6 months, year. So
Got
they
it. Okay.
need to have some sales skills. So Lauren's not going to come back in there. You're not going to come back there and do the sales because this person's not going to be attached to you. They're going to be attached to them.
Right, because they've been working with them for so long. Is it kind of like so when I was taking Lauren's sales calls, I'm actually taking more later, I felt like and I guess you could say an awkward transition between like, hey, here's Lauren, this is the person that you've seen their face and everything. And then it's like, boom, like I'm on the sales call. So it's like, how do I, or say we had another assistant coach, how can we get them more involved or kind of give people a heads up that like, hey, sometimes you'll be talking to Lauren, sometimes you'll be talking to assistant coach, or like even when like if Lauren sells, like how can she position it as in like this is the coach that you'll be working with or something along the lines of that? Or do you just not say anything at all? Do you know what I'm saying?
So first of all, like you asked two different things. One thing you asked is like, hey, I feel awkward when I'm doing the sales call. And then the second thing you're saying is like, hey, how do I bring another coach on? Those are two different kind of like problems to solve. So which one do you want to solve?
No, not well, both. But but I wouldn't say like it's kind of the same thing. Like I guess just take me out of the picture for a second. And I'm saying how would Lauren be able to transition someone that she's just sold into a new coach and then have them being comfortable with like not seeing her face again? Or am I just worrying about a problem that doesn't even exist yet? Like, is that the case, or is it like is there something that we can do to kind of prepare that? Like, I
Yeah.
mean, can we just position it in terms of like, hey, currently on the phase that you're at, what we want to do is we want to pair you up with this person. This person's good at X, Y, and Z. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, is that something that would potentially work, or is that something that maybe isn't worth bringing up?
No, you're right. It's I think you kind of solve the problem as you progress, but I'll tell you what I would do. I would set the tone right from I would assume there's a discovery call, and then from the discovery call there's a sales call. The sooner you can let them know, say,
There's
okay,
not.
sales call. Okay. So either
So so what we do is we have the sales call. So it's a one call close, but then we have an onboarding call after that. So maybe that's kind of where that goes on.
okay, so you would pretty much just do what I do. Okay. So what you would do is on your sales call, you basically have a section, I would assume, where she talks about herself, her background, whatever. And so what you do is you have a diagram. Just say, hey, Lauren is the head of it, and then right below her, she has this person, right below that, so they can see the structure of the organization. And you position, say, in a way which is like, hey, this is why we're able to give people the support that we're able to give it, because we are a larger team. But then we're not so large that things get lost in the trenches, right? You position so right from the get-go, they kind of understand the organization structure, right? Does that make sense? And then what
Okay.
happen is towards the tail end of the sales call, once they've done the transaction, actually what I do is before the sale, before I even ask for the money, what I do is I always say, hey, so here's what's gonna happen next. We're gonna go over pricing. After we go over pricing, you're gonna be hell yeah, hell no. After that, we're gonna make the transaction. After that, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna get you set up with our coach, Mason. You're gonna have here's what I say. This is a trick. And I've actually explained this to you over a Slack. And this is why I wait for you to reach out to me. And now it's gonna make sense to you. What I say is, hey, I'm gonna have Mason reach out to you. After he reaches out to you, just make sure you guys have a quick conversation. Make sure that you guys enjoy each other's company. Make sure you guys are a good fit. What I'm gonna do then is I'm gonna reach out to you, make sure you guys got along. If you guys do get along, well then great. He's the one that's gonna be helping me help you. He's gonna be right beside me. He's gonna be my right hand man. I'm gonna be here throughout the whole process, but he's gonna be helping me help
I see.
you. And then
I see. Got it.
in the event that you guys, and here's the trick, in the event that you guys don't get along, it's totally cool. I'm gonna set you up with another coach. So there's no
Got it.
anyone else, but like I'm putting it on them where they're gonna feel like an asshole. And this is why I wait for you to reach out to them. And then once you reach out and you let me know, hey, Kaushik, I'm done. This is why my SOP is so important for this specific part. I reach out to them and say, hey, how was your conversation with Mason? Oh, Mason's a really cool dude. He's awesome. Perfect. All right, let me go ahead and get it set up. Now I create the group. Like literally the SOP that we've been doing, that's literally what you need to be doing. Then you hand it over, the coach does the rest.
Okay. What about the like, because we do like check-in calls. They're not super frequent, but they're like 30 minutes. Um, and we do them twice a month. I feel like that's something Lauren technically could do because they're not long.
Oh, she can't do shit, bro.
But do you think that I should have the assistant coach do those?
Oh,
And
yeah.
then if she wants to, or she give her the option to, if she wants to jump on with them, she can.
She should,
Really?
yeah, she should do absolutely
Only do
nothing.
sales, right?
Only do
Only
sales.
sales, right?
And if you want to
Okay.
do something like maybe like a freaking challenge, like a 3-day challenge or something. And guess what? If there's a 3-day challenge, guess what? She's selling some shit. So like once a month or something, you do like a quarterly, hey, look, we're doing this thing. People have this plaque psoriasis thing, or in the summer they're trying to do this. So we have a special thing that we're gonna do for 3 days. And then she's gonna sell some shit at the end of it. Like that's what that's her role, bro. Her role is selling, bro.
Okay. So the only time she should be doing anything is just selling. Fuck
Yeah.
everything else. Okay.
If she wants to hop on once a month or bi-weekly, if she's free, only if she's free, do it.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like I want to give her the choice to be able to do that if she wants to do it,
Yeah, that's it. If she wants to do
but
it.
not have to.
Right.
Yeah.
The response, like it's your coach, whoever you bring on, is solely responsible entirely for service delivery, bro. Everything.
Okay. Because if she's not taking the sales calls and like the other, like if she's not taking the sales calls and she's not doing the in-person training, like that would free up a lot of time for her, or at least a decent chunk where if we brought someone in to strictly just do everything else, like not film content, not do any video editing, not run any ads, like literally just simply do service delivery, I feel like that would really worth the $2,000 a month because we'd be able to deals because we would just be bumping ads, Pauls. That's literally it.
Yeah. That's all you guys need to do. You just need to bring a solid coach in, man, and that's it. That's it. Solid coach. You guys
Right.
will ad spend, fucking scale, and then you'll hit another bottleneck, and it'll most likely be needed to bring another coach on. That's it.
And then I'll be back. Hey, how you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
that sounds good.
cool, man. Does that help?
Yeah, I think, yeah, that makes sense. I'm like just about done with like this whole appointment setting training. that I'm doing, just strictly with our appointment setter, because I'm just trying to get them better and better and better. Just because when we do ramp ad spend, like we want to be able to book more calls, obviously. But
Sweet.
that's definitely like, because I'm pretty much done with it now. But as soon as I'm done with that, I think I'm going to transition into helping her create training so that we now can bring on an assistant coach. And then when we have those two pieces, then we'll rip it and we'll do like 3,000-4,000 like dollars a month on ads.
How much are you guys spending right now?
And then that should not too much actually. We're spending about like $50 a day. So about 1,500 a month.
So you're basically double. That should do that should do a lot of damage.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We want to get to as much revenue as humanly possible. But we want to do it smart. You know what I mean? I don't want anything to break. I'm fine with being patient, but at the same time, like I just want to make sure I'm making all the right moves.
You are. I think you are.
Okay.
Cool, man. Guys, that
I
concludes.
had a quick question.
Sir.
Well, it's not that quick, but one last question.
Nope.
Just diving deeper into the thing with Adam.
Sold.
Yeah.
With that, the next step's really hard. Let me take shit out of my mouth. Sorry. With that, moving forward, just pushing him on, just really having everything set up, like having like the first concept of the funnel build out, the calendar page, all that stuff, and then just kind of bring him a script. Where I'm like, hey, like this is what I think we should do, and then from there just inch him towards like actually making the move. Would you suggest doing that?
I think what you simply need to do is because when you say a script, you're talking about a script for a discovery call or a sales call for him. I can't hear you.
Script for the ad.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. You just need a script for that.
Yeah, so just bring it to him. Like, hey, listen, let's just film this. I'll take care of the rest.
Yeah, just be like, hey, we're just gonna film this. Let me get the calendar booked. And then from there, that'll be proof of concept. That'll be proof of concept. And then from there, we can kind of do what you want to do. We can kind of take it from there. We can let it go full rip if you want to take it full rip. Or, if you want to pause things, build things out, it's up to you what you want to do. But I just want to ensure that we do proof of concept first.
Okay, for sure. I'll do that. I'll be working that on the side then.
That's it, man. In terms of that, like yeah, I wouldn't let him do too much. I wouldn't let him get too much involved because what's going to happen is, let's say you try to do some discovery calls, some sales calls, you're going to have some issues, right? It's going to take you some time to figure that out. And then he might get demotivated and this and that. So you want to get him fully locked in, invested before any of that stuff.
Yeah. No, I don't think he'll be even moving in that direction where he'd be like, hey, man, let me just do everything. Because he's more along the lines of like definitely like having systems in place. So he was coming at it from that partnership mind where he's like, hey, man, it'd be better if I can just focus on what I do, you focus on what you do, and then we can make it happen.
100%. That's definitely the move. 100% for sure.
For sure. And then I had one more question.
I think, what's interesting is like, what is his thing? Like, he helps people like open up studios.
So his thing is he doesn't really advertise that. He has an affiliation that all the schools around us, they're part of like basically like a mastermind group, if you want to call it that. And every quarter he'll host like an event. They just come together and they talk shop about whatever like things that he's doing, them putting community events together. But his idea is that he wants to go that route of heading towards the coaching route of basically having all of his knowledge of how to open up a school, what things to do, where to get your gis from, like all the back end stuff that involves opening up a martial arts school, specifically jujitsu, selling that, like having this information. He came to me with that idea so many times. He's like, it's time to pull the trigger.
So what he's doing right now is he's talking to existing jiu-jitsu business owners at the mastermind, or are these just regular Joe Schmo people which one of those two is it?
These are existing jujitsu owners.
So I'll tell you right now, what he's gonna find the most success with, bro, what's gonna make him the most money is not Joe Schmo's trying to start a school. It's people that already have a school and helping them make more money. That's what's gonna make him more money.
I
Like
think
literally,
that's where he's going.
like literally, you know how like you're on the face, you're the face of your brand right now, and you're like, yo, I'll help you build get more leads and stuff. Like literally, you just replace your face with his. Like that's literally like what you're doing. That's the move.
That's what I was thinking about the other day too. I'm like, wait, it hit me. I'm like, that's pretty much what it would be like, right? It's like I'd be just he'd be the face of it, exactly what you said, and then I'd be on the behind the scenes getting people funneled through. Because ultimately he has it'd be like consultation business.
There's not a lot of people that um are non like there are people that are like into fitness, they work out, they go to the gym, and then you can sell them like a 5 grand program on becoming an online personal trainer, which is like Mason's shit. But there are not a lot of people that like don't do shit that are about to fucking drop like 50 G's and start like a school, bro. You know what I mean? Like that's fucking crazy. There, so that like there's a very small pool of people. So it's like if he tries to sell those people, it's not gonna like I feel like there's gonna be two different kinds of market. One market is gonna be literally your market, which is like, hey, are you a school owner? If you are, my name's Adam, and I've got a unique strategy, da da da. He's gonna be able to sell people a bunch of people like 5, 10K programs for sure. And honestly, the information that's gonna be sold, honestly, isn't even fucking his information, bro. It's gonna be like your information. Like that's just the truth, right? Like if you consider all these Brazilian jiu-jitsu school owners, like he wants to help them like figure out the gis and all this shit. Like they don't, in my opinion, they don't give a fuck about that. I could be wrong here, but they care about like I just want to make more revenue. I want more students. And like who's getting him more students? You are.
Mhm.
So he can teach like the organic side, and then you can teach the advertising side. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah. And then when it comes to this market is like 9 to 5ers that are trying to like build a school, like build some like considering doing this, but it's like a fucking 50, 60K, 100K investment. The way to build this out is like a free school community, a free Facebook group, a free something. And then he just nurtures these people, and like one out of like 1,000 people are sold into his shit.
Yeah, I
That's
don't
like,
think that's the route. Like not
yeah,
at all.
for sure. So it's like, so what he's saying like doesn't actually make a lot of sense if that's what he's like trying to go after. You know what I mean?
Hmm. No, he's I just worded it differently. He's trying to go after the people who already have a school and who are
Okay.
basically trying to grow it to more established uh martial arts school, right? Because a lot of the schools they're like they don't have their systems in place, right? They're very like, just all right, I got my black belt, let me just open up a school. They open up a school and then from there they're not really as business oriented. Whereas with Adam, he's got like 20 plus years of owning a school and like having every system in place and like stuff that's basically not involved with advertising and getting new students. That route, he handles all that stuff.
You should have a conversation with him and ask him like what are the core problems that these people have that he can help with,
Mhm.
and here's why. Um, an idea is that what you do is kind of similar to like what I do. Um, is basically like he has like a low ticket course,
Mhm.
low ticket. So like what is like one core problem is like getting more leads. What's another core problem that these people have?
Figuring out which programs to have.
Okay. And then so let's just say that. So low ticket, and then mid ticket, and then high ticket. Okay, like literally you do the same shit I'm doing. So let's say this is like, hey, my name's Adam and da da da. If you're Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, one of the biggest problems is understanding which programs to have. With 20 years of experience, I've come to find that there are core 4 programs that you need to be selling to grow your school. It's this, 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 this. And each of these has a lot of moving parts, but I created a really cheap $27 program. Click the button below, get your hands on that, and we'll show you exactly how to implement these 4 classes. So they buy this shit, they're like super fucking ecstatic. Then the mid-ticket program is like, okay, congratulations on doing this thing. Now, really quick, do you know how to advertise and market? Do you know how to actually fill it up? Because that's the missing piece to making all this work. It's not just understanding the classes, but it's understanding how to pack your classes. If you buy our mid-ticket program, what we'll do is we'll show you exactly how we're doing that. So they buy this thing for 27 bucks, 47 bucks. They buy this thing for, $4.97 or whatever. Then you do literally what I do. He shoots them a DM, or you shoot everybody a DM from his account. Say, hey man, can I shoot you a DM real quick? Shoot a DM. You drop a voice note. I don't know how we're gonna do this part. It's like, hey, my name is Jorge. I'm Adam's coach. I'm his assistant, and just wanted to welcome you to a program. Hey, look, and then you do my whole thing. I can kind of teach it to you. I send them a Loom video. I give them an offer. Say, hey, you want to hop on a call? Actually, in the mid ticket, I actually get people to sign up for a call. Right. So basically they purchase this, they go through a mid ticket, they buy that thing, they schedule a call with me, they answer onboarding questions. And then what I do is I then hit them up, and then I push these people to a sales call. And then from there, I sell my high ticket thing. And the high ticket thing is just gonna be an overall all encompassing program. So this is like something that we could do as well. This is more advanced. I'm not saying we should start with this, but this is something that we can do.
Why is this more advanced? Because there's so many different things involved.
Yeah, there's moving parts. There's like the low ticket, there's a medium ticket, there's like different products. I like this a lot better. But it's like with the other thing, it's like just like add calendar, phone call. You know what I mean? Like it's really simple. It's not like rocket science. It's way and also I just think that here's what I think is like I feel like there are just some people that are just ready to fucking like bite. And so I like starting with these kinds of funnels, which is the one that you have, and just like exhausting this market. And so, we spend, I don't know, 50 G's, 70 G's of ad spend, and we exhaust all the people. These are the easy fish. Then what's going to happen is you're going to have a bunch of people that are maybe not familiar with Adam, or they're like, I don't need Adam's help. Or like, it'd be nice to learn from Adam, but I'm not trying to hop on a call and be sold some $5,000 thing. And then what we do is we go to these courses, these smaller things. They're like, you know what? I'd be willing to pay Adam 27 bucks to learn this thing. And then you sell them the high ticket thing. That's literally what I did. I started here. Once my cost got too high, now I went here.
And with these models, one idea he had was basically me being one of like the coaches, or like, yeah, a coach where I'm basically all things marketing in his program. Is that one of the routes?
I don't know what this ultimate program is going to look like. I mean, honestly, like, the thing is, like, you could do that. You could spend like 1 day a week and be like on coaching calls and help people with the marketing and business and advertising side. You could certainly do that. But eventually you want to replace yourself. It's literally the same advice I gave Mason. If you're stuck doing that, bro, you're not gonna be able to take sales calls and stuff like that. So my suggestion would be just to like create a really good online course with really good information. And then maybe, once a week he's on calls and once a week you're on calls, and eventually you figure out how to replace both you and him so that neither of you guys are like coaching people. And you should just spend all of your time and energy just like taking sales calls and closing deals, and eventually hiring somebody else out to take sales calls. Like that's what I would be doing if I were you. Your main task is just to hop on the sales calls. That's it.
I got you.
It's gonna,
All
it's in literally just like pivoting from like you being the face to him being the face. It's essentially what's being done.
Cool. Yeah, I'm excited for it then.
I'll sleep on this more. If there are other things that are brewing in my mind, I will definitely share them with you. This has been on my mind. Like I've been thinking about this for a while. I think YouTube's gonna be pretty big for you guys. You know what I mean? I would definitely have like a 997 course that you're gonna be selling through YouTube for sure. That might fucking just blow everything out of the water, bro. Like it might. Because then you have no sales team, you have nothing. It's just like pure fucking cash, and you just have to create content. Like that's the most amazing thing that could possibly happen. But yeah, man. Other questions? Anything else you want to go over, bro?
I was looking on my side of things for my clients. I was thinking about how can I increase the cash collected up front and like switching from like a free offer to I've been listening to a lot of like gym launch content and it's like very similar, just certain little tweaks here and there to adjust it to the martial arts industry. But I was thinking for the 6 week transformation offer, having something like that, but tailoring, like you said, like having it tailored towards like a self-defense transformation offer where they pay like 3 months up front, right? But we package it in a way where it's like, hey, at the end of these 3 months, you're gonna get you're gonna be able to do these skills. Or if they don't bite for that, then we just upsell or downsell them to the regular membership pricing. Right.
Mhm.
But my main question is, would I change the ad to reflect that 16-week trial, or I mean 16-week transformation program?
Yeah, so what you're talking about is like creating a completely different machine, bro. It's completely different. Everything changes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Um, like the way I like to look at it, bro, is like the ad, then you nurture people, then you sell people, then you upsell. It's like a human organism, bro. And so like the hair is like the ad, the eyeballs is like the nurture sequence, the nose is like, what is said to them when they opt in. Like it all has to come together to make a human. Imagine if I didn't have hair, I wouldn't be complete, right? And so what you're doing is like you have like this human that you created right now, which is the free class. Now what you're doing is you're creating a completely different human. So the ad, the nurture sequence, everything completely changes. You're building a completely different machine from scratch. Um, it can be done, of course. And like if you were to do that, that's what would make you the Hormozy of the space instead of doing what Jay is doing, which is like very cookie cutter. Um, so yeah, you just have to like I guess like what does that answer your question at all, or does that like just like open up it to open it up to more questions?
That opened up to more questions because I was under the impression, I mean, obviously you know more, but I was thinking like, okay, it's simple. I can just go from the free offer to the 16-week offer or whatever transformation offer, right? Sell it at a higher price, keep everybody coming in, but I wanted to implement that consultation type of
So let's build it out. Like
per
let's
session.
walk through it. Let's walk through it. So what would the ad be?
So the ad would be something like 60 let's say like 12-week, let's say 3 months, right? 12-week self-defense transformation program. But we can like call it something sexy, like self-defense samurai or whatever, right? And then we bring them in. And then when we bring them in, we can have that consultation session where it's basically getting in their the lead intake form, right? Getting information from them, going over. They're not jumping into the class that day, but we go into the back mats where they can see what's going on. But we basically have a consultation with them, asking them like what they're trying to do, why they're trying to do it, and selling them on that 12-week program. And then possibly going over like a couple moves, right? Maybe like showing them, hey, here's what the gi looks like, put it on. Here's something super simple that they can take home with. And then invite once they sign up, invite them back to the group class where somebody is actually going in with them, right? Or maybe invite them back to like a, a actual private class, right? So that could be a couple steps between. And then if not, then we could just downsell them into the group classes, the memberships.
So some kind of a self-defense challenge. They click on it, opt-in lead form, um, go inside. You're doing the same thing that Hormozy and them are doing. Um, and then you're at the end of that interaction, you're trying to sell them or you're getting them to come back before you sell them.
I would, this is where I'd be stuck on because there's one of two ways where I could sell them on that first interaction or just kind of present to them the pricing and then invite them back to that actual session where they can participate and then ask them to decide at that point.
Hmm. I think so. I think most likely what you're gonna have to do is add, nurture, get them in, and then have And that I think you're just gonna have to use that sale process in order to sell them the high ticket thing. Yeah, like I think that's what it's simply gonna be. It's like have a conversation, get them to come in, and then the intake form, and then you have to have somebody have like a really, and then maybe what you do is, so intake form, and then maybe between the intake form and the sales call, the sales meeting, there's like something where they are walked around or whatever, some shit to see that it's the real deal. Some kind of something so that they're like, fuck, man, like this is really cool. Like I would be learning this, da 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 da. You're kind of giving them a taste, and then they hop on, and now they're doing the sales meeting where the sales meeting is like just having that conversation and trying to sell them on that high ticket. It's like, hey, look, basically what I saw that. Oh, and also when they walk around, what you're doing is like getting them to see how cool it is, but then also psychologically you're using those questions to probe a little bit more. And then they sit down, and then you're selling the high ticket thing.
Mhm.
So you can try that. You can see how that goes. I don't know how well that will go. I think the reason Hormozi's, the secret sauce of Hormozi's stuff. So Hormozi's stuff is very similar to my free video commercial. Like here, I've said this before, and I've said this multiple times. Like whenever I see like one of those kinds of things, it's usually a bait and switch. So my commercial is free. The video commercial is free if you pay for advertising,
Yeah.
right? Hormozi's thing. It's a free 6-week challenge. So you pay the amount of money, $600 or whatever, and then if you don't lose the weight, we're gonna give you the money back. 16 weeks comes by, they either lose the weight or they don't. If they lose the weight, then it's like, hey, we'll give you $600 back, or you can apply $600 and we'll do another 12 weeks to help you lose the weight. Or if they don't hit the 600, or if they don't lose the weight, it's like, hey, look, Jennifer, this isn't a 16-week thing, it's really a 24-week thing. I can take that $600, apply it to do another 3 months together. So he's like, it's a free thing, free 16-week challenge. Yeah, you're paying money and you're being upsold. So there's like a lot of like, that's what makes it work. Does that make sense? There's like a lot of like bait and switch that's going on.
Mhm.
Same thing, we have like a Botox offer with Aman. Free Botox. People click on like, fuck yeah, I want Botox. And then it says, hey, look, the Botox is free if you do 2 paid services. So you do 2 Botox treatments and we give the third one for free. Are you down with that? They say, yeah. It's like, okay, great. Then they go into establishment. The establishment sells them on like a membership or some shit somehow. So it's like there's a lot of bait and switch that's happening. So I don't know. Like I just thought I'd bring that up because you brought up Hormozi stuff, and I think it's very different than what you're talking about. There's not a lot of bait and switch in terms of what you're talking about.
Mm,
There's no bait, like literally there's no bait and switch in what you're talking about. There's nothing.
yeah.
It's just like, hey, it's a 16-week challenge.
Yeah,
It doesn't
that's
it doesn't need to be a 16-week challenge. It doesn't need to be a 6-week challenge. It doesn't need to be a 3-week. It doesn't need to be anything. You're literally just saying, hey, are you somebody that wants self-defense? If that is something that you want, hop in here and yeah, I don't know. There's no bait and switch there. Now, what you could do is, hey, a different idea is, hey, are you somebody that wants self-defense? Da da da. If so, what we're doing right now is we have a 3-month intensive program where we guarantee you're going to be able to do this, 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 this. And if you don't have to pay us a single dime. And to sweeten up the pot, what we're doing is we're giving away 1 free class in this month. Click the button below to apply. They opt in, they do the free session, and at the end of the free session, you basically try to sell them the high ticket thing. The same thing. There's no bait and switch in either of them.
Mhm. That's a good point. Because I know that was the missing piece. Because I did hear that in Hormozi's thing where it's they either gave them money back or they applied it towards a credit towards their bigger program. And then that's when I was thinking, how can I do that? Like maybe apply that towards like a year's long credit or something, or like 6 months credit. But then
Yeah.
the
The way the challenge would apply is like if you said, for example, hey, we have a 3-month challenge where you're going to learn how to take down a fucking street stranger or some shit. There has to be something like you're going to lose 30 pounds in 6 weeks or you don't pay, right? That's like a fucking bet. It's like I will bet you that you will have this outcome. So it's like I bet you that you're gonna be a green belt and do this move within 3 months or you don't pay. And so once they get to 3 months, it's like, okay, you either give them the money back or you say, hey, look, you're a green belt, you've learned all this stuff. What we can do is we can get you to a black belt if you've had a great experience. And we typically charge 5 grand, but it's 2 grand. You can apply this money that you paid towards that. So now you're kind of doing a bait and switch a little bit.
Mhm.
Um, yeah, I'm not, yeah. What are your thoughts?
That's tricky. I mean, it makes sense though. Like the bait and switch thing makes sense. It's just I'm thinking it now. I'm like it's tricky because there's you can't guarantee somebody's gonna get to a certain level in jujitsu specifically. You can in like martial art, like taekwondo and stuff, right? Because they basically pretty much buy those belts. But like jujitsu is so skill based and so like it's not just attendance based. So you actually have to be capable and be able to do the moves and the techniques. So you could say, oh, here, get your next belt in a year, right? But if they suck, they
Yeah.
can't get their belt.
I like what I do like about what you said though, bro, is I do like I like your thinking about collecting cash up front instead of the free training. Right? Like that's a difference. Like right now, you guys are doing the free one session and then trying to convert that. What you're saying is like instead of doing a free training session, what we're going to do is we're just going to flat out try to charge people. I think you should like test that, see how that goes. It's different. Test it, see how it goes. Your conversion rate is probably going to be lower. I don't know actually. Like it might be the same actually. It may end up being the same. Test it out, see how it goes. And so you can position instead of like a 16-week challenge or whatever, you just say, hey, look, if you're somebody that wants to is looking for self-defense, like a really Andrew Tate red pill type of vibe, then and then get them to opt in. And then when they do, really press them on like, hey man, like, do you have a girlfriend? Is this something did something happen? Are you trying to do this for your wife? Get them in, and like the entire conversation becomes about defense and being a man. It's not
Mhm.
about like a technique thing. It's about being a man. And then you sell them the high ticket thing. It's a 3-month program. Does that make
Mm,
sense? Does that make sense or
yeah.
doesn't make
On that note, having them pay while they come in as a trial, I'm thinking back to how one of my clients does that 4 weeks for $49 trial. Would that be the same thing you're talking about? Would that be similar? Or do you just like flat out just having like them pay upfront for the whole thing?
so what I'm saying is like flat out up front. So there's 3 options. There's option 1 is like a free thing. Option 2 is like get them to do something for $47. But then as soon as you get them to do the $47 thing, you got to try to push them to do like the $2,000 thing.
Mm.
Right. And then option 3 is like just straight up sell them the $2,000 thing, $1,000 thing, whatever. I don't really think there's much room for the $47. Like, yeah, it doesn't, I could be mistaken here, but like I don't see a benefit of doing a $47 thing. The reason is like the reason people do the free thing is because it's like webinars and VSLs. Hey man, click the button below, sign up and watch my free thing. And then from the free thing, they're typically trying to get you to do a phone call and then sell you something, right? High ticket program. VBA, same shit, right? Just same thing. The reason people do a $47 thing, which is what I'm doing right now with my program, is because it's like because here it costs $50 to get a lead nowadays. It costs $50 to get somebody to watch your VSL. So it's like, why would I pay $50 for that where I can spend $100 and actually get a sale? It's economically more viable to do this. That's why people do it. And so if they spend $47 and then they're doing like a month long, that's fucking expensive actually, because the trainer has to get paid and they have to get attention and stuff like that.
Mhm.
Versus somebody does a free one-time class, it's actually cheaper, I think.
Okay.
$47 for a month versus free for a day, bro. That's, I think, cheaper.
Yeah. My thinking was if I did the $47 for that month, as soon as they sign up, find a way to basically sell them towards the bigger package, like either 3 months or into the membership and like having that 47 be accredited towards their account or something like that.
Could
And
try, could try that. I know what you're trying to get at. Like, I know what you're trying to get. You could try that. I don't know how well that's going to work, but you could try it.
mm.
Oh.
So of those three, so say like the $47 one, the obviously the free one that we're already doing, and then the transformation like self-defense program. Of those three, which would you recommend to just try out of all of them? Well, I
Okay,
guess
so
right because I'm already doing the free one.
So you got the free one, you got the $47 one, and you got the high ticket one. What I would do is I would do the free one that you have right now. I would do the free one, and I would just figure out how to make that work better. So we've already talked about this a few times, where you do the free one, and then you do something instead of like having them in a group session, you do like a one-on-one, for example, and then you sit them down and try to sell them high ticket. So that's what I would. That's one option. That's one pathway you have. I would not do the 47 thing. I would come right to the transformation. So I would either do the transformation, I would do this one. I would do one of this. And right now, from what I'm hearing, because we've talked about this multiple times, and like there's something going on here, there's too much operational drive, there's something that's prohibiting you from doing this one. So it's like I would maybe just try this one.
Okay. 'Cause ultimately, I mean, I think we're moving towards that direction. We would be moving towards a direction of implementing that sales process, the new sales process, right? Because that's the whole reason why it wouldn't work out in the beginning, like the very beginning. But we're moving towards that direction. I'm like, hey man, like he's gonna have somebody on staff that's gonna be able to handle the one-on-one sessions. But also with me, I volunteered myself to go out there and basically have like a day to implement that and see how it works. And so with that, that's what I would want to implement in the bigger offer as well. Because I think that would work better with that. Like if they came in, then it's like one-on-one time. Maybe I show them something. They could so
Oh,
they
that has to be one-on-one, right? Because this offer, the transformation offer is like, hey, look, we're gonna help you transform and be safe and da 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 and take care of yourself. And so, right, they have to have a person, like it has to be one person that does the whole thing. Or like the interaction has to not be, it has to be like a personal interaction. Like they're not going in there for the class, bro. They're not going like the free offer, the way you're positioned, the free offer is like, hey, it's a free offer, it's a free trial, get experience, get on the mats. So these people are going in because they want to hang out on the mat. That's why they're signing up. That's why they're giving these people, you're saying, hey, you want defense for your wife, for your kids, for your daughter, for your girlfriend. They really don't fucking care about the mat. They care about like being a man. So the entire sales process, the entire marketing has to be focused on like that Andrew Tate red pill type of thing. It's not about the map. They could give a shit about the map, honestly.
could
Does that
just
make
sell
sense?
on that. Yeah.
So you're basically someone saying, hey, look, I know you want to feel good about your wife and this and that. The way you're going to do that, man, is going to be the mat. That's the best way to do it because you have to kill boxing, you have to kill kickboxing, you have to kill taekwondo, you have to basically sell them on jujitsu is the way, the safest, best route to keep your family safe.
Hmm. Okay, that makes sense. And then with the with that semi-private or that private one-on-one session, would that be a bait and switch for the free offer? If like they came in for that free class, but then we sat down with them and like it's a one-on-one session, and then from there we give them the pricing, but then we invite them back for a second class where they actually participate.
So it's not necessarily a bait and switch. It's not necessarily a bait and switch if that's what you're asking. Yeah, you're just doing a normal sales cycle. I mean, it kind of is a bait and switch because they go in, they kind of, I mean, kind of, yeah, because they go in and expect a free thing, and then next thing you know, they're getting hit with price. So I guess kind of, sort of, kind
Hmm.
of.
Gotcha. And then that's not it's not necessarily bad or good, right? To have a bait and switch. It's more just like it just is.
In my experience, like the really, really, really good offers, the ones that are 30X's, 10, 100X's, like those have usually a bait and switch.
Okay.
The really, really good ones. Because you got to think super outside the box to come up with this shit.
Hmm. Yeah, I think I just got to start doing it. Like I think as we start to kind of throw shit on the wall and like experiment from there, see what's working, what's not working. I think I'd be able to have a better idea of like what's going to pan out. So I
Sure.
really feel like I really believe in that one-on-one session. And I think since I haven't done it yet, I can't come back with like, yeah, it's easier to upsell them on a bigger package or it's just actually converting regular memberships much better. But I really need to do that first.
Sure, bro. That's it. I don't know what's been going on, like, because I don't know all the moving parts, but like, I know we've talked about it a few times, so just like if you can, bro, just go out there and just do a few. Just go out there, do a few, and then you'll know. You'll know. Like you know how the other day you told me, like, bro, like I have my cousin doing these calls and I don't know exactly what the numbers are, but I just feel it. I just know. You'll just know, bro. Like you do a
Yeah.
few of these ones, you do like five, bro. You'll just know, like, yeah, I see potential in here, I don't. You'll just fucking know.
Yeah.
And that'll tell us if we go down this route or we go down this other route.
Okay. So then I guess like lowest hanging fruit is start off with that kind of one-on-one session without creating a whole new offer with the transformation, all that stuff.
You have to create a new ad, you have to figure out a new nurture sequence, you have to figure out everything new. Versus this one, all you gotta do, you already got them in through the door. You already know how to do all that. You just have to figure out the sales part. That's all you gotta figure out. You just gotta figure out the sales part. Just one part.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's where I would start for sure. Low hanging fruit.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna go down that route. Adam's really my guinea pig because I have more flexibility with him. And then once I do it with him, the other ones just follow pretty much because they trust in Adam's teachings like that. So they're like, if he does it and it works for him, then we'll do it.
Cool. That's really cool. Um, yeah, man, just give me a poster, bro. Let me know how it goes.
Cool.
Are you gonna try to get some this week, or when do you think you're gonna try to get some of these one-on-ones
It'll
in?
probably be next week because I have a meeting with Adam sometime this week again. And then I'm gonna push him again. Like, hey, listen, like, can we start doing this like as close as next week? Like, let me just come in, let me just schedule somebody and just let me have that one-on-one session with them.
Cool.
Right. Now, do you have any, as far as this, do you have any like concerns with the way that that one-on-one session will be structured, whether or not to invite them to, I mean, whether or not to like go through a technique with them or just kind of consult them, just kind of talk with them and then sell them on
Walk,
the price?
walk me through what it is right now. So they see the ad, they click on it. Walk me through the entire journey, right? As
So
it is.
they see the ad, they see the ad, they click on it, they put their information, they get hit with automatic messages to book themselves. If they don't book, we call them, we try to get them booked. They get booked through us or through the automations. They come to class, and then when they get to class, it's hey, we give them a tour. There's no lead intake form. We just give them a tour. We show them around. We get them ready for class. They go into the group setting.
So
After
are they told to come in like an hour before the class starts?
they're told to come in 15 minutes before.
Okay, so within 15 minutes, there's usually somebody at the staff, some staff member that's ready, knows, yo, I'm gonna have one or two people come in. I gotta give them a tour.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So they're ready. They're on standby. They know to expect them. They give them the tour. They let them know, hey, here's what's going to go down. Here's how class is going to go. And then after class, they go get them. They go to the back mat. So they go somewhere on the back to basically have that conversation. They ask how the class went, typical questions. And then they give them the pricing.
Okay. So they come in, they give them a quick tour, then they have the class. After the class, they walk up to them and say, hey, let's go out to the back, let's have a conversation, let's talk about everything. They go to the back, and then that's where they do the whole song and dance and try to sell them.
Yeah. They're just like not much sales in there. It's more just, hey, did you like the class? Yeah. Cool. Can you make it? Yeah. All right. Can you afford it? Here's what we offer. Three different packages or three different options.
What is and how many clients do you have right now?
How many clients? Six.
Okay, so how many of those clients are running this offer? This exact like free thing play?
All of them.
Because I know you said you had like one of them that you're trying to figure out kids or something, or
Actually, yeah. So one, two, three would be kids offers. And then the other three are
regular adults that they're running this with.
regular adults. Yeah.
So out of those three clients that are running this regular offer with adults, like what's their close rate in terms of like once they take them to the back? You said what's the percentage? Is it the same
With,
for all?
with the paid ads?
Yeah, only paid ads.
With paid ads, if they come in, I'd say it's 10 to 15%.
Okay. So what would you do different this time? Like, so it's 10 to 15% across the board, no matter all three of them.
Hmm.
Or is one person significantly higher, one person
So
significantly.
the other one is higher. The one that is Northbrook Jiu-Jitsu, his is higher, but it's because he's so cheap.
What's his percentage close rate?
I would say closer to like 30 to 40.
Oh,
I don't have the exact number, but for sure, like if they come in, then it's like maybe like 1 out of 3 or like something like that. Whereas I'm getting more text from him like, hey, this guy just closed. Hey, this guy just closed. But his as he's got this offer where it's like if you come in like halfway through the month, you pay for like $50. Or like if you come in later the month, you pay for like you first month is free, you only pay for that second month. And his prices are so cheap. I think that's why.
so like what is the other person's price versus his price?
His is at $100 a month versus the other academies. One is at 179. Our downtown's is at Adams School is at the lowest 189.
So if you look at the numbers just overall, what's more profitable? You got to do those numbers.
Hmm.
Do you know what would work out? Like if my cost per what's the cost per acquisition on average? Do you know?
I don't have those numbers on me on deck.
So please like let me know if you can find those numbers and just message those to me because like the ultimately the numbers matter. So if my cost per acquisition is for the first guy, if the cost per acquisition is $200, but the average person, even if they spend $100 right at the get-go, if the average person is worth $500 and I spend $200, that's $300 profit. Versus with Adam, let's say the cost per acquisition is $500 and the average person stays for $500. That's $0. So this guy's actually winning. Does that make sense, bro?
Mm.
So the cheaper guy could be winning overall. So you got to look at the numbers. 30% compared to 10% is a big difference, bro. So we gotta look at the numbers and see you gotta look at the numbers and like let me know like what the numbers are for each of these guys. So
Okay.
I know, and if the cheaper guy is more profitable, like they should be doing his play, bro. It's like if somebody comes from organic, they have a different price than people from ads. It just is what it is. Like that's huge. Like what you just told me, bro, is huge. Like
Mm.
one guy is selling it for $175 a month. Another guy is saying, hey, halfway through the month, because like that's so fucking mad. It's like, hey, bro, like so it's typically $100 a month, but because you're 30 days in, what we're gonna do is we're gonna charge $50 for this month, and then moving forward next month is gonna be $100 a month. That's the cheap guy versus this guy. It's like, hey, yeah, did you enjoy it? Yeah, okay, great. It's $200 a month. You want to do it or not? Huge difference, bro. This one's way easier to fucking buy. That's a big
Mm.
part of it.
I thought it was yeah, I thought he was doing worse because it's like it's so cheap that he's not even gonna be making that much money up front.
No, it's you have to look at the numbers holistically overall.
Mm.
You gotta look at all the numbers. You gotta look at all the numbers. So you need what you need to do, bro. You need to get the numbers and then get them to me so I can analyze them. All three of your clients that are running this display, and then we can see who's doing the best and take it from there.
All right, for sure.
Okay, so just based off of this, just what would you do differently, right? Like what would you do differently with the one-on-one play, for example? Like now that I understand what it looks like.
I would I would have that intake form. So have a lead intake form that they fill out beforehand. Be able to have that as a resource when I would go back into the consultation, review it with them, and then ask them if like, depending on what their main goal is, go over like some uh basic structure of like how our programs benefit that goal. And then
When
I
would you do this before the class started or when? So again, they
so
walk in,
mhm.
they fill out the intake form. then you're saying you're gonna have a conversation with them about why your program is better and da da da. Okay, and then what happens?
And then I would go into, I guess I would go into a private, like a mini private session, like covering the majority of the positions, right? That they would be exposed to in the regular fundamentals class, getting them like prepped for the big session.
Okay, so you have a conversation with them and then you prep them for what? You prep them for,
Or the regular group class so that they're
okay,
not going in there like, what the fuck am I doing?
okay. So they do the intake form, you have a conversation with them, you get them ready, get them warmed up, and then send them off to the group thing. Okay, and then
Hmm. No, no, no. So that would just be me the whole time with them. I wouldn't send them back to the group session until the second class that I invite them back to.
okay. So basically you have a conversation with them and then you get them all prepped up and all this stuff and they're sweating and on the mat with you one on one.
Mhm.
Then what happens?
And then from there, I'm like, cool. I would ask them, I guess, and they enjoyed what they thought. And then if they're ready to invite them back to the second class, like if they want to move to the second class or not.
Okay.
And if they do want to come back to the second class, and this is where, I mean, this is as much as I thought of like this far. Like, okay, bring them back to the second class. And then in the second class, or like tell them, hey, it's gonna be this much. Do you still want to come to the second class? What do you think?
I see. So basically, you're doing one class, hot, heavy, wrestling. Then you're cool now. Like, how was it? It was good. Got it. So cool, man. So how was your experience? Great. Do you want to come back to a second class? They say, yeah. It's like, okay, cool, man. So, if you want to do the second class, man, it's 297 or whatever it is. Or that's it. That's what you're trying to do. Yeah.
I'm thinking, yeah, it's like, okay, cool. If you want to come back to the second class, here's our pricing. You don't have to decide right now. Decide when you come back for that second class so you get a real feel for it.
Gotcha. So to me, what it sounds like the only variable difference sounds like is that instead of them doing the group, they're doing the one-on-one with you. And you're spending a little bit of time doing the intake form and you're doing that a little bit. That's the only difference it sounds like to me.
Yeah.
Um, I don't think so, bro. I don't think that's gonna be enough to I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I'm trying to like step into their shoes. It feels very similar to what they're doing already.
Hmm.
Yeah, it feels very similar to what they're doing already.
Hmm. What if in that second class I jump in with them as well and I'm like their buddy
That's what I was thinking. Like
or
that makes
their partner, I mean.
that I don't know how scalable that shit is.
That's what I was gonna say. I was about to say that. I don't know how many times you get people in like that.
Yeah. So basically, the difference is they come in, you pretty much do the same thing. I mean, if you can get them in 15 minutes early, here's the thing. If you get them in 15 minutes early, while you're working with them, shit. Yeah. It they come in, they have a conversation with you. Instead of them doing it as a group, you're basically with them through thick and thin, this whole thing. And then you're the one that pulls them aside at the end, and then you have a conversation with them. That's what I was thinking. That's what brewing in my head when I was thinking like one-on-one, because you're basically building a connection with them and you're selling them the entire time. So while they're warming up, while they're doing the drill, while they're like you're selling them, you're saying certain things in order to get them bought in. Does that make sense?
So you're saying so forget the private session. It'd be just me with them the entire time.
Yeah. So it's like they're doing a regular class. They're doing everything the exact same way. It's just you're their partner the whole time.
Hmm.
That's what was brewing in my head. That I feel like that would make more of a because right now I'm trying to step in their shoes. They hop in there, they do the training session. They have like this coach Adam who they never have a connection with. They never really build with them. They're wrestling around with some people. They don't really have a connection with these people, right? So I don't have a connection. Again, me, I'm coming. I don't have a connection with Adam. I don't have a connection with the people I'm wrestling with. And then I'm being pulled by this coach Adam all the way to the end. I feel warmed up and everything, but I still kind of feel awkward. I don't feel like an emotional connection to anybody. I don't feel a connection. So do you want to do this thing? Like, yeah, I'll let you know. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not it's not like a life-changing event. It's not something like, holy shit. Does that make sense, bro? Versus now I'm trying to step in. I step in, I have this Jorge guy have a conversation with me. Yo, what's up, bro? Yeah, 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 yeah. And then I got this Adam dude. I'm like, and then you the whole time, you Jorge, you're telling me like, yo, Adam's this great dude. Like just the way you tell me about Adam. Yo, this fucking coach is like amazing. Oh, for real? He is? Yeah, da 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 da. So now I'm like building a connection with you, building a connection. I'm like, fuck, I'm like really looking up to that guy that like that's a goat. And then you have a conversation with me and you're like extracting data from me to help you sell. And then you pull me all the way at the end. It's like, yo, how was this experience, bro? Like, you like it? Like, yeah, it was cool. You want to go to the back and talk more details? Yeah, let's do it, bro. Let's talk a little bit more about it. Then you go in the back, and then you from there you do the whole song and dance and be like, yo, so here's the deal, man. Like, typically it's this. I had a conversation with Adam beforehand. Since we're about 50 days in, 30 days in, or 15 days in, he actually told me that I could give you a discount. Like I said, cool, dude. So it would actually just it'd be 225 next month, but for the rest of this month, it would just be like $100. Is that something you'd be up for? Does that make sense? So now it's like I built a connection with this Jorge guy, and Jorge's been talking about this other guy. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's that. I think that for sure works. I just scaling that is my next concern.
The thing is like, yeah, either you just do a few reps, bro, and we just see where the chips fall, and like maybe it works, maybe it doesn't fucking work. Who knows? Like maybe it works, maybe it doesn't fucking work. And if it like works, right? Let's say it works and we get something crazy like 50% conversion rate. Let's just say you're able to do that.
For which one?
Like where you're in there, you're in the trenches.
Oh yeah. Like actually throughout the whole time.
Yeah, throughout the whole time. Then the next step in the process is either we figure out how to systematize that, or what we do is maybe the numbers work so well that like certain Brazilian jiu-jitsu have like one designated person that does that. So Adam's clinic and everybody's clinic, they have like one Jorge, every single one of them. And maybe they don't have it right away, but they work towards it whenever they work with you. Another thing that was brewing in my mind was this, is whenever you run the free class, you run the free class where you get like 4 people in at once.
That happens a lot too, where there's multiple people that come in, right? And it's normal because it's yeah, you just throw them into the group class, right? Everybody gets a partner. So you talk
So
about like a semi-private.
exactly. That's like more skill. That's one thing that's bringing my mind as well. So like, so when people come in at 5 o'clock, it's like you only schedule them out so that you have multiple people. So you have 5 people come in at 5 o'clock. You have 5 people that come in at 2 o'clock. And you do the same thing that I'm explaining, but you kind of like are with all of them at the same time. So you're interacting with all, you're building that connection with all of them.
Mm, yeah.
And all to the back all at once, and you get them all to buy all at once.
Okay, so with that semi-private idea, would it be better to have it? I guess not better, but would it be a difference to have it at the same time that regular class is going on, or kind of have like slots throughout that time period of like, hey, regular class is going on in the front, but in the back, I'm gonna be doing semi-private training with these 3, 4 leads.
That's a good question.
Or like it's a Monday at noon, there's no classes going on, but I'm here helping out these 4 or 5 people.
That's a good question. I don't have an answer for you yet, but what I'm imagining is, again, because I used to wrestle, so I'm kind of familiar with like the environment. I would assume that, let's say you have 4 people that come in, and so you're interacting with all 4 of those people, and so then these 4 people are kind of like in this like corner, and you're kind of circling around them, making sure they're good, and then from time to time you switch in with them. So you interact with all 4 of them equally. Then you take all, and then the reason for that is because you build a connection with them, they build connection with each other. They're all shy, so there's like shy people are interacting with shy people, and they build a connection with you. So they make like 3 good friends, and they make friends with you, and all of you guys, and the whole time you're talking about like this guy Adam. So they make 3 friends and they make friends with you and they look up this Adam guy and then you pull him in the back and then you sell them all at once. Instead of you taking all those guys and just going private, because then maybe they're like they miss out on the fun. Like, oh, I wonder what the rest of the guys are doing.
So you're saying like just bunch them into the regular.
Yeah, bunch them into the regular. Because if you take them out in the private, they kind of miss out on that experience. They miss out on like what it's like to have all these other people.
Hmm. I thought that would be helpful though, no? Because then like, oh, I want to go to that. Like with I can't wait to get into the regular classes.
I see what you mean. Like, as in, like, you're kind of withholding, like, yo, if you, it's like a paywall. It's like, yo, if you pay, you get like all that shit.
Yeah.
That's a good theory.
Or like kind of packaging it up in the way where I'm like, hey, so that's the regular class, but before we get you guys into that one, we're gonna have a small semi-private training, just us, where I can get you guys ready to go into that class, right? Kind of hyping them up to get them ready for the real stuff, I guess.
I don't know. That's a call for you, bro. That's a call to make as you're in the trenches.
Hmm.
It's hard for me to say. My theory is like having them out in the group. It's kind of like sometimes people say in their marketing, always give away your best shit.
Yeah.
Right? I give away my entire course for $47 to the point they're like, what the fuck? Right. So if you show them everything, a real life experience, well, then now they're gonna miss that. Like if you go take them in the back, like you should give them the best experience, in my opinion, is what you should do. If you take them in the back where it's private as fuck, is that gonna be better than you throwing them in with everybody else in your circle around them and you're kind of like, like the lieutenant? I don't know the answer to that one, but I would, if I were you, I would do the best. I would do the number one thing. I would not withhold anything. I would give them the best experience
Hmm.
because that's your only opportunity to sell them, bro.
So I think,
It's kind of like this. It's like I don't even know how like you have two different steaks. One steak is $100 and one steak is $1,000, and you're like, hey, taste the steak, and then I'll give you a discount on this one. I think you have a much higher chance of selling if you just give them a taste of the $1,000 steak.
yeah,
Like, does that make sense?
yeah, we put it that way. Yeah, I think that would be the move then. Because what I'm thinking right now too is okay, say there's 3 people that come in or 4 people that come in, right? We're in the regular class. Then in the regular class, I'm kind of revolving with all of them, with each of them, making that connection, walking them through, hyping them up, and then I take all 3 in the back. Okay, cool. That was an awesome class. Good job, guys. Cool. Let's go in the back when you're ready. Go into the back, and then from there, boom. Okay, cool. So here's what we have to offer. But if you guys sign up today, since we are in the say like it's the 8th of the month, if you guys sign up right now, you guys get the first month half off, and then the next month is regular price. Would that be something juicy enough?
Yeah, that bro, I feel like that first guy, it's not just the price. I think it's because he's doing that song and dance. I think that's what it is. Like if you look at, I don't know, it's been a while since you saw Rich's like case study. Rich's guy was like, get tattooed now, pay later. And then when they hopped inside, he even told them, he made another offer. He was like, okay, it's get tattooed now, pay later. On top of that, I'm going to give you $300 off because of reason X. So there's an offer on top of an offer.
Mm.
So it's like the free class is an offer. And then when they hop in and he's making them offer at the end, he's making another offer. It's like, it's free. Yeah. So that's a big part of it, bro. I promise you it is. The other
That's
guy,
what I was thinking too.
Adam and these other guys are not making it sexy at the very end. I promise you. And that's where they're fucking up. That's why it's 13 and 10% versus this guy's 30%. It's not just the price. I promise you. So you got to throw some additional shit in there.
I'm thinking like, what if we do like you get your first month free, you get this month free, but you have to buy our gi, right? So then so they get some buy-in, the school gets something, they already get some investment, like they put some money in for themselves, and they get to go home with the uniform. So they get to go home excited, right? All right, cool, I got this badass uniform.
I like that a lot. So Are you collecting? You're just collecting their card details for them to come in, yeah?
Yeah, I don't do anything with it.
So what you can say, yeah. So what you can do is you can say, hey, look, for you guys right now, Adam is running a special offer. He's offering the first month free entirely. All you got to do is get a gi, which you need anyways. You invest in the gi today. Then what we're doing is we're gonna give you the rest of the month for free, and then starting next month, it's gonna be this. Like something like that, bro. Like that. That's the fucking secret sauce. I promise you. That's what it is. There's
Hmm.
you gotta test it out. You gotta test a few different things out. But yeah, I like that a lot.
Cool. Yeah. Now it's starting to come together. Like, well, bunch of ideas, just fucking throw shit on the wall. Now we're actually refining it, polishing the turd.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, exactly. Like, I feel a lot better about it. Like I felt a little bit kind of in the dark. Now I feel very, um, yeah, I feel good about it. Um, most of what we're talking about in terms of like, uh, you being in there and hanging out with them and all that stuff, I think that will make a difference for sure as well.
It's
But I
not gonna
think
be
it's
much
really
harder.
at the end. What's up, man?
I went grocery shopping and I was like, come back.
Huh?
I'm like, damn, what's still going on?
Yeah, dude. We were building out his offer the whole time, just kind of like figuring out like what the funnel looks like step by step when people hop in. Uh,
Nice. How's that going?
Good. Jorge, I think we finally feel pretty good about it. So
Yeah.
Nice. Good stuff.
But yeah, I'm gonna do that then. I'm gonna push on that right away. So the easiest thing I could do is just okay, hey man, let me just jump in with these people and then ask them like, hey, what do you think if we just did their first month free if they buy the gi and then regular pricing?
what you want to do is this, like you want to tell him like, hey man, like based off of my experience, here's where the bottleneck is, and I need to be able to throw a few different offers out there and test them out. Here are a few different ones. So you don't want to say it like, hey, what are your thoughts? It's like, hey, bro, do I have your permission to test these out? That's how you want to position it. Do I have your permission to test a few of these things out and until I figure out how to increase conversion rate at the sales level? Does that make sense?
So come with them with asking him for permission to do these three different things.
Like the energy that you just have right now is like, hey, bro, what are your thoughts if I do this? What that's going to get him to be like, you're kind of saying it to him as if like he's a marketer. He's not going to fucking have any clue. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Oh, okay.
So the way you want to position is like, hey, bro, like here's what I'm gonna do. I just want to get your permission. These are the few things I want to do. I think that are gonna work well, really well. I don't know which one it's gonna be, but I wanted to test them out. I just want to make sure you were cool with me testing some of these things out. Is that cool? And also like here's why. We have a few different at this point I've got a few 6 different clients and we're all kind of testing different things out. And the one that's got the highest conversion rate, he's got 30% compared to everybody that's got 10%. So it's 3 to 4 times higher. And here's what he's doing. So I want to test some of these things out with us. So
Mhm.
it's data as well. That's what I would do if I were you.
Okay.
Yeah. Questions, comments, concerns, thoughts?
Nah, we pretty much covered everything. Excuse me.
Cool.
Pretty much covered everything that I need to be covered. All the stuff that's been brewing in my head too.
Good. Good. Okay. All right, bro. If that's everything, then Aman, do you have anything you want to go over?
Real quick for that eye candy person that I was gonna go call with, she messaged me back from like the last message I said about like rescheduling to tomorrow because she was like busy today. She said, sure, I can do tomorrow at 10, which is 2 p.m. my time. That being said, should I try to say something like, hey, I'm so sorry, I actually have some big calls tomorrow and Wednesday. Is it possible, I want to make sure that when we get on this call, I have some notes here and I want to make sure that, everything we cover is going to make sure like it's going to impact like, our time together. Would it be possible to schedule like a proper meet on Thursday? So then that way I can give you a proper breakdown and go through the things I want to go through sort of thing.
Um, I mean, honestly, it's your call, bro. Like, do you feel like she would be chill about it? If you feel like she'd be chill about it, then go for it. If you don't, then I would just go and have that conversation with her and just like do your best. It's really a
Okay.
call for you. I mean, overall, yeah. Like, what are your thoughts when you hear that?
Um, I guess like I guess it should be fine if I get on the call tomorrow. I'll just kind of have to write things down a little bit more or like kind of review our part like in the morning. And then kind of spend some extra time like preparing for it. Um, then I think, well, actually, I do know I could probably cancel that call. It's like a call with like one of my boss about like reviewing an application. I could probably push that to later because that was like 1:30. So then this would be at 2. Um, but
Yeah, go for it. I don't know. Yeah, it sounds, I mean, it's pretty late, so I don't know if you plan on doing any more work, but if you wanted to like, I'll be available for like another hour or so to look at stuff. If you wanted to kind of like send over like, hey, here are the main talking points I'm thinking about going over, if that's something that you felt like could help. Again, if you want to push it, bro, to like Thursday, that's cool too. I understand that too.
yeah. I mean, of course, like, yeah, it doesn't really matter to me. Like, I guess I just don't know if I'm like fully prepared to like, or at least making sure that, instantly I'm not kind of going into it like taking on a full-time sort of thing and then like, putting myself in any kind of situation, right? Where, or like at least making sure I frame it the right way where, because I think it could be like a really big thing, but I also don't want to like give up a bad impression by like, trying to be like, oh, like, can we actually do Thursday instead, because that could actually,
That's my question too, is like, do you feel like if you were to reschedule on Thursday, do you think it would be a big deal?
I mean, to be fair, like, there's been so many times where she like canceled last second, or we did have one and she just like she didn't show up and then she had to message me like later and stuff. So I almost kind of feel like I have like the upper hand in that sense that she's the one that like canceled me today last week. We're supposed to go on a meet, or like we'll go on a meet and then she'll have to leave early and then like, didn't get back to me on time about rescheduling and stuff. So I mean like there is that aspect where I almost feel like I do kind of like have that upper hand and I can frame it maybe like a little bit more important. And then that way I can a little bit better maybe like role play some of it with you and making sure I don't get myself in any kind of like situations with her.
Yeah, honestly, like we could do one of two things or three things. We can do something where we sit down now and like take our time with it. We can do something else where you want to send something over tomorrow, you can, or yeah, and this way you have a conversation with her on Thursday. It's up
Mhm.
to you, whatever you want to do.
I guess if I do have the call with her tomorrow, I guess like maybe we can just like kind of do a quick overview and then tomorrow morning I can just kind of like write down the notes so then that way I can probably properly like be ready for that meet.
Do you want to do that, or like I have no dog in the fight. I have no dog in the fight. So if that's what you want to do, like, we'll do that. Or if you want to push it to Thursday and slow it down, we can do that. Like honestly,
Mhm.
which
Um, Either one is fine with me. I like I think personally it would be nice to do it like Thursday because it'll be kind of towards the end of the week. I can kind of get focused on like my other stuff and like kind of get on the Summer Blue Tie campaign, just kind of get like comfortable with that. But then I guess I just don't want to like yeah, as long as like I can frame it in a way where it's like beneficial to her and then it doesn't make me seem look bad even though she did it, like I don't know if she'll like be like, no, we should do it tomorrow or you know.
yeah. Um, I think that let's just have a conversation now, and then at the end of it, you can decide for yourself how you want to do it. If
Oh,
so, so like if we talk about right now and just like go over the high level overview or whatever, and then if you feel like, dude, I have what I need and I feel comfortable, I'm gonna have a conversation with her tomorrow, then you can make that decision. Or if you say, hey, look, dude, this is good, but like I need a little bit more time, then you can make that call. So
okay,
let's,
yeah.
and then you can make your decision from there.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay,
Um,
give me one.
cool, cool. Yeah,
Right back then.
cool.
So I guess questions in terms of how we can like how I can help you build this out, or like what questions I guess do you have?
I guess like maybe think about like the structure of the call. So like this is the original structure I had for the call where I would kind of mention like, hey, I have some, a few notes that I have here to to make to ensure that we work together well or whatever. So like, you know, basically do like a high level view of the points, which is like point one, crunching in the current numbers. Point two, which is the best way that we can work together or like to get the best of like your marketing. Um, three, having like a proper structure for taking action so that you're not in the dark about what we're doing and those sort of things. And then lastly, like talking about locking in those next 2 months and what like detail about that kind of stuff. Um and then kind of go into each point. So if you want, I can kind of expand on those points but this is for the like if we move forward 2000 for a 3 month package.
Okay. So before you so I guess like what like for me, for example, like everybody kind of knows like I have like the weekly calls on Mondays, right? For you guys, you know like, hey, Kushik's available to hop on like a call once a month where we just like shoot the shit and kind of just like figure out like where we're at overall. And so like when it comes to this call, is this something that you guys scheduled out beforehand? And if so, what was the purpose of this call? Like,
So we have a previous call that ended abruptly, and it was kind of just her like wanting to do a check-in sort of thing. So she had kind of like reached out and she was like, "Hey, like, can we do a call?" So I was like, we scheduled that out. And it kind of like ended before talking about like the 2 months. She was just like, I really like working with you, and I want to, I want to make sure that you're getting paid for your work and that you're good on your end, and I want to have a relationship. It's just like, what happened?
this happened on the last call, or this is some okay. So you had a previous call that ended abruptly, and on that call, she was telling you all these things.
Correct.
Mhm.
And to her, she was just kind of saying the state of the business. So she's like, I know industry wide, like, med spas have kind of gone down after like the pandemic and stuff. But yeah, we like went down from like, I forgot what it was from like 5 million, like we went down like 10-20% or something like that. So we're hitting, I have the recording, but she's hitting like a certain number now. And she's like, when I work with my marketer, I want to I want them to make the call. I want them to do things like I want basically like we take a percentage of our budget and you know, you basically help me get to that to that level and and what was it? Yeah, and then there was another point. And then she's like, basically you can get me here, you get bonuses. Like and that's kind of where I felt like she was getting very much into like the like I'm a full-time sort of thing because like she didn't mention like the bonuses, but I do think that is cool because if I get into like her booking system, I can understand the numbers better and I can just help her get her there. Then, basically, she mentioned like a 10K bonus or something like that. Um, so like, so yeah, that's kind of where I was ending. And then I was kind of saying like, with our first month, it was really just like seeing how we do, running that first campaign, working, like getting to know your systems and stuff. And then I don't think from there, like, yeah, we got to go into it much. But what I had after what I sent after that message was next steps. Next time we talk, we'll oh yeah, I mentioned getting me into the software so I can understand the numbers better. Get me into the software and I can crush the numbers from each campaign, see how that's performing. In the meantime, you can confirm what offer you want to run for the Botox. So yeah, we mentioned possibly setting up a Botox campaign. And then this is how are you feeling about locking me in for the next 2 months at the 1250, which is a total 2000, which is what we spoke
She
on.
asked you or you asked?
Huh?
She asked you that or you asked her that?
I answer. And maybe I should have mentioned it there. Like maybe I should have waited till we got on the call. Um, but that was like I needed to like bring up that, hey, for me to do work, like I need to get paid for the next. Like that was, I guess, my point of bringing it up. Um, we're focused on setting all this up and optimize on all fronts. I'll get a clear idea of the budget we'll have to work with, so I can go and make decisions optimizing ads and work closer with the VAs. We can also schedule that time where we'll run through your high level SOP so I can get a deeper understanding
Right.
how or
Am I in the Slack of this one or am I not?
you're not. I need to create like a template that introduce you. I haven't like taken the energy to find that original message I sent.
Okay.
Um, you
Really
want me
quick,
to screen or
huh?
you want me to send a screenshot of it?
I mean, you can share your screen and I can see it, but before I even had that question, so you this previous conversation that you had with her, did she initiate that previous conversation or did you initiate it?
She initiated.
And so she initiated it, and how often do you have a conversation with her?
It can be hit or miss. Like in the beginning, maybe it was like once a week, and then like she kind of like disappears, and then she like comes back, and it's like, hey, can we do a meet? And then she'll like disappear again, so it'll be kind of like sporadic.
Can
Um,
you share your screen real quick so I can kind
yeah,
of see the message?
yeah. we- Okay, so this was
No, all right, so let's go. Just start wherever you feel like I need context of what's going on.
so let me see where she's gonna come back. She reached out to me. Okay. Actually, I technically reached out to her because one of her staff reached out to me saying how the campaign is doing. And then she said something about um okay, I asked, okay, have you sold any of those packages? So the last conversation I had with her, the Gigi, the main one, the business owner, was she was gonna run consultations. And then basically I had asked about this. She's like, oh, she didn't message me. Can you follow up with her, please? And I was like, yeah, sure thing. So I messaged her and I said, hey, from what it sounds like this month had a 26% booking rate versus last month which was a 9% booking rate, which is good. Of course, on my end, we can focus on bringing the cost per lead down again. I'm curious if you had a chance to do any of the presentations with the high ticket package. Also, I've been working on some exciting stuff where we can lead directly. Oh yeah, so on that last meet, I like kind of showed her a little bit what we're doing with the funnel stuff. And then would you be free to schedule me to go over other campaigns as well as next steps of working together? And then it kind of went back and forth. She had to cancel, and then I'll move my schedule and match yours. And then we had the conversation, and then it kind of ended before we got to some of those later stuff.
Should we schedule another meeting? In the meantime, next steps we'll get me into some software. I can. How are you feeling about locking me in for the next 2 months? Schedule. I'd also like to spend more time being able to. So essentially, I am, and I think we need another meeting. Connect is so bad. I also agree we need to. Sounds good. I have inspections soon. How about today around 4 p.m.? Yes. So okay. So I got what I wanted, which is like who initiated, who's kind of like carrying the conversation, who's kind of doing everything. Okay. So let's go ahead. You can stop sharing your screen. Thank you. That was good. Um. So okay. So let's go and just like build this out then from scratch then. It's like, okay, so wanted to conduct this meeting for purposes. What do you think those purposes are going to be? Based on, um, so wanted to connect this for the purposes. Does she ever watch Loom videos or she doesn't watch Loom videos?
She does sometimes, but then sometimes doesn't. It can be hit or miss. Um,
Were you gonna
like
basically go over numbers with her, like overall, like here's the cost per lead, cost per sale, revenue driven? Were you gonna go over any of that or no?
it was more about like let's see. No, it was more about talking about, hey, once I get into this, the first things I want to do is, kind of look at like how the ads are performing, and then also if you have like if you have the services built out based on those campaigns in your booking software, then what we want to do is basically like look at how the campaigns are doing with your other marketer, how the laser facial is doing, and then just kind of understanding the baseline of like conversions. And this will give more clarity on like how things are going overall, and like, so that's kind of the way I was gonna frame it. Not so much like I had numbers.
So looking at everything and looking at like your message to her of like, hey, do you want to lock in for another 2 months or whatever? But then also the bonuses is like you have two cards you can play. Like I didn't have all this content I have right now. Like before I like kind of told you like, oh, dude, you should be totally talking to her about the market and everything. But I didn't know that you had already messaged her the 1500 or whatever. Now that I know that, it's like I would just like I don't think it I think that if you want to take the route of like replacing her marketer, then this almost needs to be a discovery call and doesn't need to be one of these calls actually.
Hmm.
So if you're going to go that route of like, hey, look, it's been a great 1 month. There are really so want to connect two purposes. Our 1 month is done. Our 1 month of the three initially proposed is done. I wanted to see where you wanted to take it from here. And then talk about experience with you. Talk about experience with other marketer. How do you feel about keeping things this way? Or would you like me to be more involved? Right? Like that's kind of where I feel like the conversation should go.
Right, right.
So want to connect this meeting for the purpose of just like, hey, look, we've done our first month. Just want to kind of just like hear from you over like how you felt. Here are the numbers that I have. Uh, Here are the numbers that I have. Here are the numbers slash data that I have. But I really just want to kind of open it up to you and just kind of hear about your experience. And then what you can do is you can leave open-ended or have specific questions to ask to guide her. So you can kind of just have an overall like open experience. Like, hey, can we just like talk maybe a little bit about like what your experience was? Or I have a section here on, what your experience was. What are the things that you like? What are the things that you dislike? What are things that were fast? What are things that are not fast? Da da da, right? And I feel like this is if you kind of had an idea of like where you want to take her. I feel like having open ended might be better for you.
Mhm.
And then it's like, hey, also I wanted to have I thought maybe we could we talk a little bit about like your current marketer and like what he's doing for you and just kind of see because when you initially brought me in, and this part you could probably like watch all this back. When you initially brought me in, you spoke a lot about your marketer and some of the things that some of the maybe quirks. Like, how has that been with me in the picture? Has that caused issue? Has that not caused issues? Um, do you like the way things are right now, or would you like to change things? Um, and then maybe um, based on what you said, I feel like there are one of two directions we can go. So wanted to connect this meeting because we just wrapped up 1 month out of the 3 months. I want to just overall just like see how you felt about stuff. Here's kind of the data that I have, but really I just want to kind of hear from you. And then based off of like what you say, I feel like there's really one of two directions that we can go at the end of this call. And then you do this whole discovery thing. And then at the end, you just like say, hey, so we can wrap up this 3 months as discussed. Or if you feel like you want me to be more hands-on, I have a presentation that I can share with you on, or um, we can discuss what you'd like of me, and I can create a package for you to deliver upon that. And perhaps we can speak about it on our next call. And so the next call turns into sales call.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, because tomorrow, like I mean, that's like either you do what you were planning on doing and you just take the $2,000. And so there's
Right.
like you're just like saying, hey, here's a data. It's basically like one of those regular meetings. Here's a number, here's a data, here's what we're gonna do different, da, 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 just a regular meeting. This option is more like, hey, you're trying to convert it into a higher it's like, hey, look, you can pay the $2,000 or we can do something else. Like, what do you want to do from here?
Right. Yeah,
And then
that's more of where like I want to talk to you about just like because I originally had that top part like where I was like, okay, this is what I have, but I don't think this is gonna help me achieve that end goal of like going deeper, right? Or like being able to take on more with her. So I like the way this says. So um basically it's like, okay, I want to conduct this meeting for should I say for purposes or like for these purposes? Want to
um I wanted I wanted to conduct this meeting for the purposes of just getting clarity in terms of how this past 30 days was to ensure that, our working relationship moving forward is as good as it can be.
yeah, okay. Okay, cool. And then basically our first month of the 3 month initially proposed is done, and I want to just see where you want to take it from here. I do have some numbers based off our performance. But based on what you say, based on what you say to the questions I ask, I feel like there's one of two directions we can go. So if it's okay, I would like to just kind of gauge and ask some questions about this past experience, just so I can really see where I can help you most. Is that how I should kind of frame it?
Yeah, well, it's so based on, what you say, I feel like there are one or two directions we can go in terms of like, continuing our relationship. Go in terms of continuing our relationship. So just wanted to kind of talk to you and open things up and just kind of see how the last 30 days have been. And then from there, we can kind of just figure out like what makes the most sense for both of us. You're at a place with her now, in my opinion, where you can say that. And it's
Yeah.
not so, yeah, and you can be a little bit open and let her talk, and because she says she likes you and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Uh,
And it's just like, yeah, I like you. I just need more, right? Or I just need specific things. And then so that way she'll probably tell me yeah, I think you're great at communicate. Like I assume she's gonna say something like, you're great at communication. You seem very knowledgeable. You set things up really fast and or like you have the AI and you're very in tune with like the marketing stuff. But I need someone that's, going to look at marketing trends that's going to tell me what to do, that's going to be sending blasts out all the time. And then maybe this is kind of where I can start being like, okay, like, what did you like, what you didn't like, all those sort of things, really get those out of her, and then bring the other marketer into the question, sort of like, okay, like, when we first initially talked on our discovery call, on our sales call, or on the demo call, one of the biggest things was, some of these troubles you're having with your other marketer about not setting things up fast enough. Just kind of want to get an update on how things are going there and what you're looking for in terms of like working with us. And then dive into that a bit and then being like, okay, so, it seems like you're looking for these things. Are you seeing a scenario where you can see me take over this completely, where I'd be taking over
Boom.
all aspects of those things?
Boom. That's where you want to position. You want to get her to be like, hey, so we can really, just full transparency, or like, honestly, we could just keep doing things the way we have been. But what I wanted is I wanted to open us up to see if you wanted me to be a little bit more hands-on. That's it. Like you just want to lead into that and get her to bite on that. And so you get her to bite on that, and then you basically get her to tell you everything that she wants.
Right.
Okay. And then what you need to do before your call, here's the key. You got to make sure you do that thing where you say, okay, great. So before we move forward, before that next call, I'm going to put something together for you. Uh, uh, figure, I will, I will put something together for you to get you to your desired revenue goal. Right? So And so that what I'm basically saying is like not just like marketing campaign strategy, whatever, but more so you're talking about things like ad spend. Like, okay, instead of spending 8 grand, we're gonna spend 16 grand or whatever, right? To basically push you there. And then you're just gonna lead the last thing you need to lead end with is basically just kind of figure out, hey, what's your marketing budget been? So
Right.
that again, you can figure out ad spend, you can figure out staff, whatever, and then most importantly, how much is she spending on the other guy?
Right.
If we figure out she's spending 3 grand, now we can say, hey, look, pay us 5 grand a month, and we're gonna do all of this additional stuff for you.
Right. Can you go over that how I should transition to the ad spend of the budget? Because you kind of mentioned 8K spend to 16. I kind of missed the
Yeah.
context of
So first of all, you need to like get her to tell you. You don't need to. Our goal is to get her to say, "Hey, I want you to be more involved. I really like how you work." Okay, great, got it. So and then hopefully she's either going to tell you then or before, like specifically what she wants. So I'm trying to get from this revenue to this revenue. I want somebody to tell me exactly what campaigns to run instead of me telling them. I want somebody to handle a VA team. I want somebody to do this, right? You want her to kind of give you a complete list. Here's a trick. You want to write this down. It works fantastic for me. I always tell people what else. Okay, what else? I do this, bro. It's annoying, but like it works so well. For 15 minutes, I'm just getting every single time I say that, like they're always like, I don't know if there's anything else. What could and they just like they'll just give you everything. It's awesome.
Okay.
So anyways, so you get that in there. So in terms of like, so somewhere towards the tail end of the conversation, basically you just go over, okay, cool. So last question I have for you is just like overall, what I want to do is I want to kind of get an understanding of like the numbers in terms of the marketing budget overall. So on an average month, like what are you spending on X? Like, so actually, no, you don't want to say that. So on average, what is your marketing budget? So she'll say 16K or she'll say 20K. Okay, got it. So it's 20K. Can we break this down? Like, where is all this going? And then she's going to give you like 10K is ad spend, 2K is VAs. This is this. And somewhere in there, you need to be able to like say like, okay, got it. So 4K is, and I would assume 4K is going towards the marketer, right? That's the key. You need to just figure out what is she paying this other guy. She might flat out just like tell you.
Right.
And once we have that, then we can go in and we can make her an offer.
Okay, got it. And then from there, so say go about how okay. So how can we can wrap this as discussed, or if you'd like, I'd like to create a new package, get her to tell you what she can build on offer. So I like the way you framed the like, to give her idea, like I want to get an idea of like your marketing budget or something. Where does that fit here? Is that after? How do you feel about keeping it this way? And then before this wrap things up, or
So the overall marketing budget, you can literally just like say that could be like literally the last question.
the last question, before the 3 months thing, or is that like just trying to see like where in this list like that would fall into? Like would it like literally just be the last thing or
Yeah. So if I were to kind of just like say like, okay, what is the purpose? I'm trying to have this conversation with you because I just want to see, um, how I can best serve you for the next 2 months. We've done a month together. I want to see how things went and see how we can serve you. Um, then, and then you're telling her, hey, the conversation, we can really do one of two things that I've already kind of thought about that in terms of a relationship. There's one of two ways that we can go, but it really just depends on your question, how what you say. Then what you do is you try to get her to open up to you, get her to talk to you, all the stuff that you were saying, like all that's like that whole section that you did was fantastic. Your ultimate goal is to get her to say, I'd love for us to be more involved together.
right?
Right. So once you have her been on that, then the next step is, and this part that I'm going to right now, like just watch this part back and you'll be good. Um, once she says, I want to work more close with you, it's like, got it. So let's maybe run through a list of step by step what you're looking for from me to help you. So I recall one thing you said was you wanted somebody to be able to run different campaigns for you without you needing to be hands-on. You just want somebody to be able to handle that. Yeah. So you're kind of putting words into her mouth to get the momentum going. She's going to say, yeah. Okay, got it. What else are you looking for? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What that's going to do, it's going to allow us to create some kind of an offer for her the next time we chat with her.
Right.
And then once she tells you all that's like, got it, perfect. So just one last question for you, Gigi, before I get going. I just can we run through the overall marketing budget, and then from there, I think I'll have everything I need. She's gonna say, yeah, got it. So like on average, like what are you spending on your marketing every month? Like 10 grand, 20 grand? Like what's the overall number? She says 20 grand, got it. So let's go and break this down now. Where is this going? She gives you your ultimate goal that you're trying to figure out is like just overall how much money is she spending and how much is he spending on the other market. This way we can propose an offer that's not going to be too high or too low. That's going to make sense.
Right.
And that's it.
And then okay, got it. And then because I guess I don't want to catch off guard with like what do you mean like you'll get back to me with an offer? You know, like
No, you never say that. What you say is, what you're going to say is, okay, perfect. So I think I have everything I need. What I'm going to do is I'm going to structure something together for you, kind of like a syllabus that's going to go over the next 2 months of how we're going to take you from 4.8K to or 4.8 million to 5 million. I'm going to kind of structure that for you in terms of ad spend, the different types of campaigns that we need to run, how many times we're going to do SMS blasts, et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to go and put something together for you.
okay.
So what you're doing is you're basically telling her, hey, it's not necessarily an offer. You're just telling her that you're gonna give her a game plan, right?
Okay.
You have a presentation you want to share with her. Then on the next call, the next time you guys chat, you'll have the presentation like, okay, so month one, we're gonna do this, month two, three, four, five. Does that sound good to you? She says, yeah. She says, no. She works with you. Once you're done, it's like, okay, great. So, overall, like, I mean, if this is what you wanted, in terms of like pricing, is that something we can get into? She says, yeah. It's like, so, in the previous, I don't know, I have to think about this one, but um, I think with that next call, I'm jumping the gun here. This isn't even super important. I fucked up. What you should have said on the next call at the very beginning is said something along the lines of, hey, so I've got a presentation for you. And like I said from the last call, there's one of two directions we could go. This is, one option is again, we just like do the 2K for the or the two whatever for the remaining 2 months that we have. Everything I'm going to go over with you right now is if I'm going to be a little bit more hands-on with you. She says, yeah. Okay, so here's what we do. Month two, three, four. Do you like that? She says, yeah. She doesn't like it. We work on it. Then it's like, okay, great. So in terms of the offer, in terms of the financial, the marketing budget that needs to be in place for us to do this, it's going to be this. Does that make sense? I know I went over.
Yeah. So like I kind of mentioned like we can if you like we can keep doing what we're doing and where we can I guess should I define that a little bit more where we can hop on a call once a week, we can set up the next campaign or two, and we can have the AI and your staff can take it over.
You're gonna do that, but you're gonna bring that up like basically on your next call, not this call. So
Okay, so like
you're
hey, you doing what we're doing, or if you'd like me to be more hands-on, based on the things we just discussed, then what I'd like is what I can do is create a package for you that we can deliver upon and speak about it on our next call. We're all kind of break down like based on this information what we can do.
yeah, I wouldn't use the word package. I would say like what I can do is I can break down a game plan, a plan of action.
Okay, game plan of action, so that we can do those extra things that you had mentioned, and then make have someone that takes over the marketing completely.
You
Um,
can tease a little bit up here at the very beginning where you say, hey, look, just based off, I want to ask you some questions because we can keep the relationship the way it is right now. If that's what you wanted to do, Dr. Gigi, where, I'm going to keep doing the AI and keep doing my campaign. Or, if you wanted me a little bit more hands-on, which it sounds like maybe you do based off our last conversation, I can do that as well. But, I just wanted to kind of learn a little bit more from you in terms of your experience and we kind of maybe take it from there. See how I'm being like vague, but I'm saying here, there are two different options. I can keep doing what I'm doing or I can do more.
right. Okay.
It feels right if it feels right.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that gives a lot more clarity. And then, yeah, I think tomorrow then I can just have that. And then that way it's again not like I have to make that offer or presentation. I can like kind of let her decide like, okay, we can keep doing what we're doing, or I can, actually come back with a game of action game plan. I don't even know what that would look like, but I'm sure if I discuss with you like, before our call Wednesday, then maybe it works out. And we can kind of,
If we can get like one person, man, like right now, I mean, I don't know, you're making like 3, 4K a month or something, 3K a month, maybe three point something from this. Um, but if we can get her to do like a solid dude, she's making like 5 million a year. Like I know she can afford 5K, 10K a month for sure. Just in service fee, not even ad spend. But like if we can get 5K a month, um, I would feel so good about like just having her kind of be like testing grounds to figure out different kinds of machines. And you have like again your VA take care of this stuff. Like we do all this, like we do the setting, we do everything, and then we bring in VAs. Like she can be that person we do all that stuff with. Um,
right. Yeah, I agree.
so
I mean, it is weird that like based off on my initial demo with her that she pushed for the 2K, but yeah, so that's the only thing is like, clearly that she doesn't feel comfortable spending that, but she spends a lot on like ads and stuff. Um, which is I guess why I want to kind of see those numbers because maybe if she sees those numbers, she'll be like, oh yeah, we need to do something, or like, the way you were doing it with the laser facial is, the direction I want to go in. But again, I don't want to like keep do like, multiple calls and stuff. Um, but but yeah, I agree. Like, maybe if I just structure it correctly, or maybe she wants to, maybe at the end of it, she'll want to start with like the finish the 2 months, do like 1 to 2 more campaigns, and then maybe switch to the 5K. Because I mean, I think the way she's gonna frame it is like, the 5K is gonna be much, but if you get me to this, you're gonna get that bonus or whatever it is. That's the only thing.
I think so. She might. I think what it was is like I think she made a wise decision, obviously. Like she has a person. She already has a person. She's double dipping her toes, which is actually like not like that's a very not it goes to show that she's actually generous, in my opinion.
Yeah.
In my opinion, because she's already got somebody and she's paying for that same service to somebody else. So that tells me that she's not actually cheap. Like the 2K sounds cheap, but if you think about it, she's already paying somebody else like 3K. So
Right.
she's actually overspending by 2K that she doesn't even need to.
Right.
So to me, she seems actually very generous.
Okay. The thing about this or with her, if it's okay, I'm gonna grab my charger because my computer goes die. So just give me.
Sure.
Um, but yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, I definitely agree. I think I think where I may get a little bit like feel like she may not like see my value to do like a 5K thing is is more of like one she would have to like figure out a way to just transition me into that role or like either that or have to just I make that decision be like yeah I can cut the other guy if you can do those things so maybe that's how I can frame it um but then that way she knows to have those expectations but then too I think like I feel like I've been very responsive to her, but like it was also like after that month, because that month was like actually like maybe like a few months ago actually. And so like basically what happened was ran it for her, we had these calls, and then I followed up with her, didn't really hear anything back, and then I got really busy with like work. And then had her ads running, the AI has been running the entire time. So she has that running, but like, I guess I could have been more proactive during that extra time to like, I don't know, maybe set up more campaigns and stuff. So I guess I have to kind of maybe figure out a way like if she does bring that up, like, where hey, if you pay this price like or the 5K deal then you're gonna get this like I would essentially be taking over that role, and then I don't know if that makes sense. Like
I guess like what is the problem that we're solving, or what is the concern?
um that should be like, well, you've technically been with us like over that month, right? So you've been with us for this amount of time, but we've only seen one campaign come up, right? Even though, but I can kind of bring it back to, the point of the reason why I brought it, I asked to do 1 month instead of the 3 months was just so you can see how our relationship was, because ultimately we know that the ultimate goal is for me to take over. So I guess I could just frame it like that. Um, so
Or
yeah. Um, cool. Yeah, this is very helpful. So I'll schedule that one day and we'll just see how it goes.
see how it goes. Don't sweat it. Don't.
Worst
Did
case, if she wants anything, then she'll get a 2K. I guess, yeah. In my head, it may be good to know, like, okay, with the 2K thing, like, I can set up more campaigns, do an AI stuff, and then you can have your marketer in place to do the, research, figure out what new campaigns, those sort of things.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think if I dive into it well enough, then it's gonna be like, well, ultimately, I know I want to keep you. I know I want you to be more integrated, so it almost makes sense to do the 5K.
I don't. Yeah. Based off of just what you're sharing with me, worst case scenario is like 2K. So well, or whatever the remaining balance is. So, but
Yeah.
sounds to me like which is so surprising. Somebody at her level with her revenue is like doesn't have like like a marketer that she feels consistent and like good and that's like fully integrated. Like I don't know how she hit those kinds of numbers. I have no clue. Um,
It's crazy. Like I think she's just really good at like pushing him to do this stuff. So like she's very good at like almost like marketing, right? And then two, I don't know. I like saw her go high level. She has like 40,000 contacts in there. Every time they do a blast, they get like a ton of like influx of calls. Probably because there's just so much volume, that you can do almost like a half-ass job, and then like
how long has she been open?
um. I don't remember how long she's been open, but she has like 3 location, opening a fourth.
Jeez.
Yeah.
So 5 million is for all the locations, or is it one? I would assume it's
I
all.
believe.
It's all the locations together.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool. What else you got, bro? Anything else?
No, I think that's it. I'll let you know how it goes. Tomorrow morning, I'll like, if you can send the recording, I'll just kind of go through it, really write it down, and just listen to it again.
I'm gonna get it up and I'll put it in the joint topic right now.
Cool. Appreciate it, man. And then so if you're still down Wednesday, to chat.
Yeah. I have a call on Wednesday, but I don't think that guy's ready, so I'm gonna push him further out. And then if it's cool, like just if we can play it by ear, just because my
Yeah,
schedule's monkey,
that's
but
cool.
for sure we'll find some time on Wednesday.
Cool. Sounds good.
All right, bro. I'll shoot you a message, okay?
Cool. Appreciate it, man.